Dragons with me, Paddy, as your Dungeon Master. Joining me tonight are the motley crew known as Armatae, consisting of Annette as Talia Darkfawn,
Good evening, darlings.
Ben as both Valdision and Urt,
Howdy, howdy.
Steph as Vienna.
Hello.
We have Reese as Blossom,
Hello.
Maria as Balasar,
Hello.
and David as Degris.
Hi.
So, our intrepid adventurers in Armatae last time, off of the back of the beginnings of what seemed to be an invasion of the surface by a underwater empire known as the Vodawowed Empire, an empire that they believe to be led by Aboleth, and who are basically sending what currently feels like meat into the grinder to test the defenses of the surface. They were called by Emperor Barras, their effective employer in most respects, along with his council, and were tasked to be a scouting force into the depths of the oceans. However, this immediately ran into the snag of, how do we get 7 people who may not necessarily be able to breathe underwater to the bottom of the ocean? A number of ideas were bandied about by both members of the council and Armatae themselves, until eventually Armatae settled on trying to go and collect a item known as the apparatus of Qualish, a larger version of said than was normally known about. However, said item belonged to a member of the Arcane Academy who had been excommunicated. Fortunately, Raknavale knew of his last whereabouts, and Barras had chartered a skyship to take Armatae on their way to Wytchmore Myer. Armatae travelled on the skyship with Daxel Quillin, the silver-scaled dragonborn, captain of the ship. There was some interesting conversations, a couple of offers made for potential future business, but nothing too concrete. Eventually, the skyship set them down on the southern edge of Wytchmore Myer, and they made their way into this desolate, swamp-like landscape. On their way through said one landscape, they made their way to a... I don't know why the music just stopped. Why did the music just stop? That's really thrown me off. God damn it! Anyway, so they made their way through Wytchmore Myer, eventually coming across a large, hollowed-out tree, within which they met a trio of hags. Said hags offered them various different bargains and various different options, including information on the person they were seeking. A bargain was struck between Valdision and Mother Acid Bloom, leader of the Coven, and he will now suffer every lashing he has ever received in his life every night before he goes to sleep.
Good times.
Whether that was worth it for the information that the tower they had seen from the sky on the way was where they wanted to go, who knows? The party then made their way further north towards the tower, passing through the center of the mire. However, they had not potentially bartered for enough information and set off a number of traps, in a way, general environmental risks that they didn't know about and thus weren't careful enough to avoid. In an explosion of necrotic energy, they all took a decent amount of damage, except for Talia, due to her natural acrobatic skills at evasion.
Yep, boy.
However, this explosion did attract some of the denizens of that place. In a pitched battle where various members were up and down like yo-yos, from death saving throws to not death saving throws, eventually Armatae won through, manage to make their way out of that central section without setting off any more of these explosions, and then hunkered down in Daedalus' tiny hut as the sun begins to set. So, what would you all like to do?
I want to go home.
Like to eat a ration.
All right.
I'd like
So
to heal.
Are you taking a rest of any kind?
I thought we were taking a long rest.
Yeah, we are. I
You
think.
hadn't fully said that at the beginning of last session, so I am
think-
just.
I think we were about to do that, and then we.
No, we'd got the hut up and everything.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You've
About,
gotten the hut up, but you hadn't said you were taking a long rest. You were just putting the hut up to
I think we were
quickly.
debating whether to
recoup.
have a short one
Yeah.
or a long one at the time. So
Yeah. We should. I mean, I'm fine, but depends how many spell slots we use and stuff.
Use none.
Really?
don't-
That's
Yeah,
sure
'cause
you
I
weren't
was-
up long enough to be able to cast.
No,
anything.
I was up the longest out of the people who were going down, but I was saving in case we went in the tower.
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean-
But
she could use Black Blood healing and have a short rest to try and give herself some hit points back. But she's on like 24 out of 42, so she could do it that way.
Can do a short rest and I'll get hit points back that way. That's fine.
Yeah. If you're
also,
happy.
yeah, but also worth noting, probably if we take a long rest, that minus.
Does that get rid of my frightened ailment if we do a long rest?
If you take a long rest, it does get rid of your frightened. But I will
Obviously, we'd have to take another will save.
there will likely be more will saves. Yes.
Yeah, but those of us who got hit with the necrotic thing that like cut our health down.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Your all of your health are
Yeah.
reduced. Yes. So if you take a long
I
rest,
think
it does
that'll get rid of that as
that.
well. I think that's probably wise.
Does Ert need to attune to her Snake Sentry, or does she just set a word?
Hang on, let me have a look. The
I
snake
don't
sentry
think it was.
is
attuned.
not attuned, no. So she just sets a command word.
Okay. What do you think her command word should be?
Boobies. Oh wait, no, because then,
Sorry,
it'll
how's
turn on-
that?
then it'll
No.
turn on radiance, the radiant thingy, won't it? So.
I've got the command word she'll use.
Okay.
Okay.
I know what she'll use, and I'll keep. You watch as she leans down and goes, Wilma, and the sentry.
Oh, that's so fucking
The clogwork inside this like wrapped up ball of brass and metal starts whirling, and a couple of the sigils light up, and it unfurls into this. You could hardly tell from a distance that it's not a real snake. It's that lifelike. The work, Daedalus, you can fully appreciate the work that has gone into this. Wilma has made this exquisitely. You've seen examples of similar sort of things in dwarven and gnomish workshops in the Blade
Probably.
Mountains, and this is almost to that level.
Is it
Well,
made out of metal plates?
Yeah, it's metal plates, sort of overlapped along the back with bands of metal underneath, and there's just little gaps where you can see the cogwork inside and the occasional glowing crystal, and there's sigil work done all over the metal.
How large is this thing?
It's a same size as a poisonous snake, so it's not huge.
1 foot long,
It could-
according to the specs.
Yeah, so 1 foot long. So
How big is that?
it's about 5'5", I think.
Wait, what?
In height.
Hang on, 1 second. She's taller than me.
Yeah.
Right, there we
I
go.
mean, you're a dwarf.
Yeah,
so-
she's a Verdan. She's not a goblin.
Yeah, I was like goblin. What was the other half of her? Goblin.
Oh, no,
Goblin.
She's Verdan. She's
Oh,
not
right.
goblin at all anymore. She
Oh,
is
oh, yeah,
Verdan.
I got you.
But yeah, so it's about the same length as sort of your maybe just a bit longer than your arm,
Cool. That's cool.
and it sort of pokes its head up, and you can see that where the eyes would be, there's just these 2 glowing emeralds, and it sort of looks up and sort of makes a slight hissing sound as a not quite. It looks like a tongue, but you can see that it's made out of some kind of crystalline substance, as it sort of looks and waits for instructions from as it forms the mental link.
So if we're having a long rest, I'd probably get to send the sentry snake outside to guard the area.
Okay. You watch as it slithers off silently across the dead, cracked ground to the outside of the dome, and then just starts slithering slowly around the edge, as low to the ground as it can get.
Oh, by the way, could I make the 10 grey?
Yeah.
Assuming we're in a lot of dead vegetation and...
Oh, there's no vegetation.
Yeah,
After you've gone past the central, like, you got into the central part, vegetation vanished. And there is no vegetation up here either.
I'm assuming I don't. I've still got the brass brazier, but I don't have any charcoal or incense left, do I? Because I lent it to.
Yeah,
I
you
gave,
lent what you
yeah,
had
I
left.
gave it to Dirgus, didn't I? So he could summon his hour. Alright, okay, cool.
we've never seen him again.
So I can't bring Queenie back anytime soon.
Are we long resting? Is that what we're doing?
I think
I'm in
that's wise.
favour of that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so.
Just so I can get rid of being frightened, because I don't want to be at disadvantage.
Okay.
We like, even though we're long resting, we slept not that long ago, right?
Yeah, so you don't have to sleep for a long rest. You just have to spend 8 hours not doing any strenuous activity.
Yeah.
That includes things like reading or
Sleep for at
studying.
least 6 hours and performs no more than 2 hours of light activities such as reading, talking, eating, or standing watch. Yeah.
So I will say that you guys are just on the cusp of where I wouldn't normally have let you have another long rest, but because it is later in the day and you set off fairly early in the morning, I'm allowing it. Normally I wouldn't allow 2 long rests in a 24-hour period, but it's only because you've had a lot of strenuous activity, you've had a lot of things to do. I'm allowing it for you to have a long rest, but this will be the last one for this 20. Like, you will not be able to have another long rest until the next evening, maybe a little bit earlier, but
Right, I'm willing to stay up for a bit in case anyone. I mean, I can look out my tent, so if I can keep watch for a bit and then read.
I mean, like I say, at this point, the sun is setting, and whilst you guys sort of have cobbled together a bit of an evening meal from what you have, and I'm assuming probably uses create food and water to give you some extra.
Yeah, if we're doing a long rest, she'll do that.
Yeah, as the sun sets, there is no light other than the internal luminescence of the dome itself. You look outside the dome and it is pitch black.
Can I
so
see?
even dark vision isn't going to help them.
The dark vision gives you a little bit just outside the dome, but you can't see any further than your range.
What about mine? Because mine's
Even
super.
that.
Oh.
Unless you put your goggles on, no.
It wouldn't make sense. I don't think Fiona would click that putting her goggles on would make it any better.
Yeah, because even drow dark vision, it's even in the Underdark, it's not completely dark a lot of the time. There's luminous lichen, there's glowing mushrooms, there's various creatures that give off their own luminescence. Dark vision is more taking whatever tiny little bit of available light there is and using that. Obviously, you've got some ability to see even in pitch black, but it's limited. You can't just go, oh, I've got dark vision, I can see for miles. It's like, I've got dark vision, I can see up to 60 feet away, but after that it is just a black wall.
Okay.
It's enough for you to be able to sort of not trip over and to see things as they come at you, but that's it.
Good times.
Shall we do watches or just sleep or what?
I mean, Talia's constantly watching with a passive perception of 16 now, so...
What's this passive perception 16 mean?
Passive
So-
is what you would notice without
Thinking
about
trying to
funny.
notice.
So passive is if I ask you to make a perception roll, I'm asking you to actively look for something, or something could potentially catch your attention. But if something is trying to sneak up on you and you're not actively watchful, I
But
would
they-
roll a
yeah.
stealth check, and if they beat your passive perception, then you don't notice them.
Sorry, Paddy, I was saying it as if she said that out loud.
Oh.
in
Yeah,
the tent, sorry.
I'm the
I'm
only
so
one who
used to you
thought you were
asking
being
for lore
funny.
dumps and stuff. I'm
No,
sorry.
no.
Oh,
No,
I was gonna say,
No.
how do you
aware of
not
the
know
rules.
that?
Yeah, don't worry, I picked it up, man.
Whoa.
So do you
Oh,
want?
dear.
So this is me talking, not Daggers. So do you want watches, or do we just want to rest?
I mean, the snake's keeping a watch and has basically is it alarm spell ongoing?
Yeah, so basically, the snake is doing the perimeter of the alarm spell, if anything comes up to the dome at all where the snake has been, it will set off a mental alarm for Urt, even if she's sleeping. So
And Talia
even-
doesn't sleep, so
Oh right
So-
then.
she.
Urt could make the snake do a
Yeah.
larger perimeter, but she set it to just go around the outside of the dome currently, probably because she
Mm.
doesn't quite fully understand how it works yet. But the
yeah.
snake, whilst she's awake, also acts as a familiar, so she can look through its eyes, use its senses.
Alright, I'll.
So
Just
it's
for-
basically a one-time payment familiar rather than
Oh, no,
having to resummon it
it-
and stuff. You
it
just can't make it
repairs
disappear
itself.
and come back.
It repairs
No.
itself as well.
I know. I mean, like you literally buy it rather than.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it self-repairs.
Yeah.
So you don't even have to worry about resummoning it
yeah, yeah.
like you would with the normal familiar. So
If it gets too damaged, then she's probably gonna have to take it back to Wilma for deep
Repairs.
repairs. But just general wear and tear, it will repair itself.
yeah.
Alright, I guess I'll kind of half and half it, like get 4 hours sleep,
Okay.
because it's still relatively. I mean, even though it's dark, it's still, you didn't
Yeah,
not sleep relatively
it's
long.
gotten darker a lot earlier than you're used to, and that's because you've headed much further north. You guys are nearly at the edge of the map here, to the north.
Okay.
Like, you, in the distance, the tower itself isn't quite at it, but beyond it you can see the beginnings of what looks like snowfields. When you were flying on the ship. Like, you're getting close to the Howling North. And
Good times.
that is completely uncharted territory, and it gets dark a lot of the year.
Alright, that's what I'll do then. And probably have some dwarven mead while I'm just sitting around.
Okay. Is there anything anyone else wants to do whilst you're resting?
I think I'll just like maybe for 4 hours watch the mirror, see if she catches a glimpse of Gunther, and then she'll just go into
okay,
an inert state and
Yeah.
watch.
As you pull out the mirror, Gunther's face is pressed right up against it. And he smiles as he sees you and waves.
Right. Okay. Now, this is a theory. If she was to write something on her face, could he read it? If he could read text backwards.
Potentially.
Hmm.
Always write it on a sheet of paper backwards and hold it up to the mirror.
Or hold it in front of my face. Yeah. She'll try that. She'll write like "love you" and then hold it up in front of her face, in front of the mirror, and see if he notices.
He holds up his hands in a love heart shape.
She smiles, blows him a kiss, and then puts the mirror away.
Okay. Everyone else happy to just eat, sleep, and
Mhm.
Rest, yeah.
Yep.
okay. You all spend 8 hours. Nothing disturbs you during this time. However, by this point, by the time you finish the long rest, it is now the middle of the night.
Oh.
Absolute middle of the night. The moon has risen now and is giving a soft glow across the landscape, enough to be able to see a decent distance by, but it's not perfect. Even the moonlight seems to be being muted by whatever energy is corrupting this place. But you all complete a long rest. you are all returned to full max hit points, and regain all spell slots and abilities.
Does the -10 go?
And I'm
Yeah.
not frightened anymore, yes?
Yeah.
Sweet.
You're currently
Till the
frightened.
next wisdom save, and then I'm sure I'll be frightened again.
Because you said about the sky and that. Well, roughly, what time would it be? I know we're dark anyway, but
By this point, you got to Wytchmore Myer at about 2, 3 in the afternoon. It took you a couple of hours to trek to the hags. You spent a while with the hags, and then it took you a while to trek across. It got dark at about 6. So by this point, it is about 2 in the morning, as you
Right.
completed an 8-hour-long rest.
okay. So looking at the sky and all that, I will, for reference, just keep light permanently on the end of my staff as
Okay.
we look. And I'm gonna remind, because this is the first time this has become relevant whatsoever, that I gave both Balasar and Valdision a light up,
The braces, yeah.
the little
yeah,
light up
the
gem
thing,
that they
yeah.
can, it's the equivalent of light spell for them, but it's on their person, so they can see
Yeah.
without dying. Well, not dying, but
But that's if they choose to use that.
Yeah, of course. I just reminded them that it's there.
Okay.
Awesome. Cheers, dude.
At this point, the 8-hour limit of the dome has reached, and it vanishes. That oppressive energy that you had all felt as you passed into this northern section rushes back in, having previously been held away by the dome's protective features. I need everyone to make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
This is where I go straight back to being frightened.
Oh wait, I have low wisdom. There we go.
We get plus
Let's roll of the night.
both from
Well-
me and
16?
Valdision.
Okay, so Tali, you actually rolled a 1 first.
What?
Yeah, you're all
It
one.
rolled it twice for you.
Right.
and
Oh,
you
for
rolled a
fuck's
1.
sake. I'll change my
so-
status back to frightened.
Yeah,
Fuck
you
me.
are frightened. Balasar,
was a
you are
waste.
also frightened.
Why did it roll
How
twice?
much do we need to pass?
What
Oh,
was that?
How
it
much
must...
do we need to?
Hang on, let Maria talk. What was that?
How much did we need to pass this?
I'm not going to tell you, but you have failed, even with a +6 from you and Valdision.
Oh, okay. Damn.
You still failed.
Yeah, I think I
massive.
figured out why it did it.
Does the +3 stack?
Oh, that's a good question. I think it does because it's 2 separate auras. So yeah, it
Mhm.
would-
Two separate gods as
it-
well, so
yeah,
Yeah.
I will allow it to stack. But even then, it's only within 10 feet, so I should really establish a marching order to decide who's getting benefit from what. But you're all clumped up together anyway, so.
Yeah.
Blossom, you just pass.
So, Balasar, you need to add frightened. It's next to your defenses and conditions on D&D Beyond. Then just select frightened from the toggle and then toggle it
Yeah.
on.
Basically, it's disadvantage on all attacks, saving throws, and ability checks.
not a heavy hitter.
Not at
Oh.
all. I mean, the only
Well,
thing that it
where-
doesn't screw over for me is stealth, because I could probably roll 20s to 30s, even with disadvantage on that.
All right, Bossard. Well, it got
We didn't
shot
ask
there.
you.
Yeah, I know, right? We didn't ask about
Well-
stealth. God,
With the
It's
moon,
my only benefit.
with the moon giving you the illumination, you can see further to your north, slightly northwest, the tower reaching up into the sky, with the walls around it lower down, and there is about another hour's walk between you and it.
Good times.
So in my mental image, I got the rest of us looking steadfast, right? And we got the big brick shit house.
And Tommy.
Just
We were
going,
just
"Oh."
cuddling each other at the back going, I'm scared.
Yeah,
Hold my
you're not-
hand, please.
Yeah, Balasar, you're not
Oh,
quite
man.
sure why, but just something about this place is setting your teeth on edge. It's making you jumpy. You keep thinking you see something moving in the shadows just past the light from Degris's staff, and you just catch yourself like sort of glancing towards it and then back again every couple of seconds, and you're not sure what's going on.
Something's
Talia's,
wrong.
like,
There's
holding
nothing
on
to eat out here.
Oh, God.
So
Yeah,
Sorry,
Talia's
did
like
you-
holding Belisar's hand.
Did you want to march in order? Is that-
if I could have a marching order now, then please, yes, just
Right
for
about-
reference.
I
So
guess
Talia
I'd be
at the
near.
back.
I guess I'd be near the front because
Actually,
light on the stuff.
I'd go into the middle. 'Cause
Talia in-
I wouldn't feel safe at the back. If I'm frightened,
Okay.
I'd want to go into
I'd
the
probably
middle.
put Ert in the middle because she's a healer, and Val towards the front.
Okay, Val towards the
I'll be
front.
next.
Who is at the very front, can I ask?
Me.
Degris at the very front.
I can see the
Okay.
furthest.
Oh, I mean, you can get Blossom with me if you want, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to travel in a line. You can travel in. This is completely wide open
circle.
area.
Yeah.
Not
So-
like 50 feet to the right.
I
Nah,
just want to know who's in the front, so I know who to levy any checks I need to against for noticing things first.
Well, I'm blind as a bat, but I've already said it, so me and Blossom away.
Yeah, my wisdom's not great actually.
Okay, so you two are at the front of this group. That's fine.
I
So
don't think
forging
that
on into the cracked, dead ground under your feet. You're moving further and further onwards. The moonlight just giving that faint glow to the ground around you. After about 20 minutes walk, you see a few irregularities ahead of you between you and the tower. If I could have both Degris and Blossom roll me perception checks at disadvantage because of the dim light.
12.
Okay,
Damn.
5.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
That's
Oh
not good.
God.
We're all going to
So-
die down here.
Blossom, you can't really make out what these shapes are. Degris, these look like there's a couple of rocks, which you've seen a few of these anyway. They're just natural, but then it looks like mounds of earth. You can't make out any more than that. It just looks like slightly raised piles of turned earth
Before the tower.
before the tower, between you and the tower.
How large?
You can't count at this distance, and you can't
Oh,
make
right.
out any specific details. That's about all you get.
So, is this a case of it looks irregular to me, or do I just?
It's definitely different from all the other surroundings.
Would
it's
my
it's different enough that it stood out.
would my stone cunning ability?
No, because it's not stone, it's dirt.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I
It's
just
also
thought
not
I'd-
worked stone.
All right, so it's just outcroppings that look a bit off.
Well, no, the rocks, you've seen other rocks like this, it's the dirt piles
Oh.
that are different.
How
So
far away?
far, everywhere you've been, there's not been anything that looks like there's been any digging or agriculture or anything. This looks like someone has turned the earth here.
Ah, okay. How far away? Is it like
At this
ages
point,
away?
you guys are probably about 100 feet from it.
All right, I'll point it out and go. It looks like upturned earth over there.
Could it be
Strange.
zombies?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I don't know. That's what they do, don't they? They dig themselves out of the ground and get you.
Do you know? Is it? Wait,
the-
wait.
Didn't Hags mention a graveyard? Or
I
is
think
this
they did.
still not as close, I think.
The
Wait.
hags mentioned a graveyard, but they mentioned that it surrounded the tower. And from what you can see, from now you're a bit closer, the walls around the tower are not at the base of the tower. It looks like
Right.
there is a good chunk of land within these walls around the tower's base.
Valdision, you know anything about graves?
You put people in them when they're dead.
No, I meant Mortimer and all that.
Got a guy for that.
I pull Mortimer out and just.
The minute you touch Mortimer, his voice goes, "Get out of this place now!"
I guess I'm just walking on. because
I'm gonna
that's
say
what I-
that to the guys. Mortimer's freaked. We need to get out of this place.
All right, I'll run away. I'll run away.
Well, which way are you going?
Uh,
Back. I don't know.
we're gonna move. Well, I'd try and gesture to move back along the route that we were going, so that I can ask why to Mortimer.
I'm
Okay.
just following Val because he's my
All right.
point of reference for this.
As you start to move back the way you came,
No.
Mortimer goes, No!
Okay, which way?
Away from that middle place. That foul, disgusting.
Where the necromancer is.
What necromancer? You've not told me about any necromancer.
Well, we have suspicions there's a necromancer in that tower.
Well, we need to go kill him, but we are not going back through that middle bit.
Okay.
That is just foul. Can you not feel the necrotic energy pouring out of that?
No.
Something in the middle of that
That dirt.
horrible place back there where you went through that's just full of... Ugh!
So we need to keep going forward, away from where we've just been.
You just need to get away from that.
Okay.
Ow, what is he saying?
He's just said we need to get away from that. Where
Is
we've
he
just...
not being more specific than that?
The Earth, the upturned Earth. Is that
No,
what
he's
it
not.
I'm no wizard. I can't tell you. I can only tell you what I feel, and that is wrong.
Can Val do divine sense?
Yeah. As you pull up divine sense, there were no fiends, undead, or fae, or celestials within 60 feet. However, you are immediately doubled over in pain. Everything about this place, especially, and back the way you'd come, where you fought the strange spider-like humanoids,
Mm-hmm.
is just wrong. It is wrong. When you were in the Feywild, though it was snowy and cold, there was a sense of life to the place. Even though the trees there, though they were covered in snow, were vibrant, they were lively. This is the antithesis of that. This is wrong. It feels like it's trying to suck the life out of you just by you being near it.
Right.
You're thinking that this, whatever is causing this feeling, is what caused those explosions. This energy that's leaking from somewhere has killed off this place, starting in the middle and spreading outwards, and then there's that much energy leaked through in the center that it's created these pockets that when something living goes near them, bursts.
Right. After I've kind of doubled over in pain after doing this, Val's gonna give a very quick prayer and just try and put his prayers out there. And then he's gonna convey that information to the group.
Okay.
I go, wait, if he's sensing something, then maybe I can try. I'm gonna attempt to wait the 10 minutes unless someone moves me to cast Detect Magic.
Okay. Your Detect Magic lights up everywhere around you. There is a miasma in the air. It is necrotic in basis.
Is there a part? Can I try and work out what Val said from Mortimer to do with get away from that specific
Your
point?
Detect Magic only has a limited range, but as you look out towards the north, the miasma thins. When you look back towards the south, the way you'd come from fighting those spider-like people,
Yep.
it thickens a lot.
I'll relay that to everyone and say we should just keep moving.
I agree. Let's just get out of here.
Alright, I'll lead the way with my thing on for 10 minutes or an hour. I can't
Okay.
remember how long it lasts, and then just
Well, it's
kind
a
of...
cantrip. You can just re-up it whenever you want. Oh, not
No,
sorry. Take magic.
level 1. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll
Yeah.
kind of lead us as best I can with that, I guess.
Okay. So you're heading back towards the piles of turned earth.
Yeah.
So you move over towards them, and no other magic shows as you draw closer. You're now within about 50 feet, and nothing. You don't see anything from them. I
We
believe.
hear sounds of Talia opening her hip flask up and pouring herself a
Yep.
drink.
Dutch courage.
It's 30 feet, so you get within about 30 feet of the first pile of turned earth. Nothing shows from it, from what you can tell.
When you mean
No magic.
turned earth, is there like a mound of earth and then there's a hole?
Now
Or
you
is
are
it-
closer. It looks like someone has dug a hole, vaguely grave-shaped, and then filled it back in. And
okay.
looking around, now you are closer, you can see 8 of these in this area.
Can I cast... I want to cast Shield of Faith on Dergus.
Okay. Shield of Faith is not... It's touch, isn't it?
You just slap
Mhm.
me on the head and run off.
Slap him on the back of the head, bitch.
Oh no, it's got a range of 60 feet, so that's fine.
Oh,
Yeah.
it does. Damn.
Not that I
Yeah.
have, any doubt that Dergus can handle himself and defeat any undead that comes crawling out those graves, but just in case.
Yep.
Thanks, babe. Alright, let's
So-
go.
If
Yeah,
I
you're-
give him Shield of Fate as well, does he stack up?
No.
No, unfortunately not. I will give you guys a visual on this,
Oh god.
so
No
you can
thanks, I'm
see
good.
what you're looking at. You guys would not be this close yet, so ignore where you currently are. You are a good
Cool.
30-odd feet back currently from all of this.
So,
I don't
know-
like it.
you know
one
these
bit.
these graves, are they arrayed like this, or is it like either side of a path? Is there even a path?
There is no path. These have
Alright.
just been apparently dug, and then you don't even know these are graves. They look like they could be graves, but they
Yeah.
are trenches that would, you would assume, fit a human-sized thing in them. Whether
Right.
that's what's in them, you're not sure.
I don't
This
like that
could have just
wording.
been someone digging for loot.
We-
Could be
we
someone.
can send a scout.
I'm just gonna walk forward, like as best I can.
Okay,
It's always a good
so
plan.
you approach
You
one of the
go
piles
first.
of earth.
Yeah, I wouldn't like kick it or anything. No, I mean, like I'm gonna give like a 10-foot berth around any of them, but I'm basically more or less trying to walk towards the tower, but
Yeah.
give enough of a berth around these things and eyeing them as I go.
Okay. So yep, you manage to move further ahead. You get to the center. Nothing seems to happen.
Seems
I don't
fine.
like how close. I don't like how
I
close
don't
we are to
trust
this
it.
grave here.
Can
Yeah.
Once
I...
again, you guys aren't there. You are 30 feet back.
Oh right, okay, sorry.
Yeah, you like just watching me and
You're just watching Deglis move with his light into the middle of this area.
gonna look around. If nothing happens, then I'll just gesture them over.
Okay. You all watch as Deglis sort of gives a wave and is like,
Eh, not like that.
Deglis, make me a perception check, please.
Let's go.
Cool.
14.
14. You hear the shifting of earth behind you.
Fucking nope.
I'll turn towards it.
You see a pale, mottled hand punch out of the pile of earth right behind you, and something start clawing its way out.
Can I instinctually smack it with the quarterstaff, the green flame blade, or am I
You
just
currently do get a quick round of reaction, yes, but then we'll probably be rolling initiative.
Okay,
Oh!
17.
17. Let me just get the right stats up so I can check this. I'm pretty sure that hits.
It's like a wave. Oh no! Ah!
He's like, hey, over here. Fucking
Yeah,
back
yeah,
in that grave.
17 easily hits.
9 and 8.
Okay.
You suddenly
Not
hear the
bad.
the wonderful sounds of Michael Jackson start playing across the across the
Okay.
graves.
But you watch as from the grave, and you hear more shifting earth as from the other graves, more zombies draw themselves up out of the earth and starts to move towards you, Degris.
And this
That
is
one looks
where
like
I
a big
die.
zombie.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, two of them are ogre zombies.
Big
So I
boys.
will need
Oh.
everyone to roll me initiative now. I'm going to queue up some music. And just again, so you guys are aware, you are 30 feet back from this. You are not even on the map yet, technically.
Me and Vienna just suck. Wait, I don't have to roll
Why?
disadvantage on initiative either, do I? Because I've
If
already
you are
rolled the one.
frightened, then yes.
I'm already freaking. I don't think I can get.
Ah,
Well, see if I can roll a nat one, I guess.
there you go, 16.
Oh, no, it's an 8.
So just change it
I
on the. I'll change it on the
Forgot
tracker.
to- Yeah, I forgot to select my token.
There you go, I done it.
8.
Thank you.
Vienna. Okay. Vienna. What was yours, Vienna?
3, nat 1.
3. Oh dear.
To,
Can never get a high initiative. I don't know why.
Hey,
And
I'm with
bottom,
you, sister.
Yeah, I got
You
15.
roll.
I forgot that I should
15.
have done it like that.
Yeah,
At
15.
least your initiative is. Oh, Balasar, you need to roll initiative one more time because you're frightened as well.
Yes. Yeah,
I'm-
disadvantage on the
oh.
roll, I'm afraid.
Are you?
Yep. No, you're alright, you're still 11.
And then initiative for these boys.
Oh, it changed yours. It
Ooh.
changed Balasar's up to 13, so you'll
That's
have to change that back
pretty
down to
good.
11. Paddy.
So hang on, I'm just doing turns for these guys. Oh, I forgot there's another one up here.
No!
Pop! And then for these guys, I just need to add the turn and then roll the initiative. Yeah. Oh yeah, same thing. Hey, same roll!
Yay for you.
Whoa.
where is,
Ending. So Degris, Blossom will go before them, and will go before them as well, because
And Balasar's initiative is 11.
yes, it doesn't really matter. It's not going to change where she is in the initiative or he
I
is in
know,
the
but
initiative
like,
order.
it's the principle of the matter, man. I had to change mine.
Right. There we go. So, Degris, you are up first. You are surrounded by these moaning, groaning corpses that have just pushed their way out of the earth and are all turned their eyes towards you.
for
Fireball.
honesty's sake, shouldn't I be right next to one because I hit one? Like,
Yeah, so you would have moved up to this one here.
yeah. Okay, I was just saying,
The one
just
you hit.
because I did turn around and hit him, so I was thinking,
Yeah.
you know, I should be in a worse state than I am. Do I still have Shield of Faith, or is that gone?
You do have Shield of Faith, so Val, you are currently
Concentrating,
on
yeah.
a Shield of Faith spell. So, yep, you have currently +2 to your AC, Degris,
Okay.
and I will put the thing on for concentration.
Is this my graveyard music?
This
This is
battle
new combat
is
music.
Concerning. It's concerning music.
That's fine.
We just
Okay.
need it to start raining and then we know we're gonna die.
Fiona shouts, "You got this! We believe in you!"
I'll just be back here.
Hmm. I don't want to pull out the big card already, so I'm just gonna Green Flame Blade the guy I hit before, hopefully.
Okay. Yep, go ahead.
18,
18 hits.
Ooh,
5 and 7.
what's with that echo?
12. Yep. You just smack it, and you watch as some of it hits, and it sort of you watch as obviously the flesh gives way and burns a little, but the creature doesn't seem to really notice it.
What does it? Does it just look like a zombie? Like how does it look?
From what you can tell, they look like it's odd. Most zombies look rotten. These look pale and are obviously lifeless and animated in some way, but otherwise they look fairly human.
Ugh.
Right. Okay. I'll shout out almost as a challenge. Like I don't expect them to actually understand me, but I'm just gonna be like, "Come on, me, you witless whelps!" and then I hit him, and then I'm done.
Okay, Blossom, it's your turn. You are 30 feet back from the edge of the map.
Yep. So I've got 40 feet of movement, so I can get there.
Yep. So 10 feet onto the map. Actually, you would be where Vienna is, because that would be 10 feet onto the map.
Oh,
so
sure.
you'd be there.
Well, I've got reach anyway, so
yeah.
I slap him.
Okay, go ahead.
So first and second.
Yep, both hit. I mean, bear in mind, these things are not wearing armor.
Yeah. So 26 in total.
Yikes, okay. You just lash out with the whip and you just watch as it... On a normal person, this would have severed the spinal cord. It just lashes twice across the back, digging in and just carving through. But this creature is still standing. You do not gain any charges from that, though. Which to you obviously proves these things are not alive.
Yeah.
Anything else you would like to do, or is that the end of your turn?
I probably should have done it first, but I'll... I don't have that. Crimson Right with lightning.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, you use a small... you sort of run part of the blade across your wrist, and just the blood coats the blade and starts to crackle with this red arcane lightning. Okay. Ert's turn. Ert is 30 feet back from the edge of the map.
So if she does 30 feet movement, she's not even on the map yet?
No.
Right, so shall I move her to there?
Move her to there, and I will consider that just off the map for now.
Right, so is that 5 foot off the map or 10 foot?
5 foot.
Okay. Being in this position, she is going to defensively cast her favourite spell of all time, and that's that's Spirit Guardian's level 3 is up.
Yeah, which is a 15-foot.
Yeah, so it doesn't quite reach that guy, but if he comes any further forward, he will be in range.
Okay, 15-foot aura, but obviously a couple
one
of
step
feet
back. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. That's it for Ert's turn.
I'm just checking for bonus actions. Yeah, that's going to be her turn.
Okay. It's now the big zombies' turns, the ogre zombies. 30, gonna move to there. This one... 20 is gonna move to there. So we'll have to make the wisdom saving throw. That is a 12. Ben there, or is he...
Oh, sorry. I was concentrating.
Yep.
Against...
12 against the wisdom save.
Oh, wisdom save.
For
right.
the Spirit Guardians. So I'm assuming that's a fail.
Yeah, I think it's 14. Just let me double check.
Yep.
Spirit Guardians is 14. Yep.
Yep, so roll the damage.
Yep.
Ooh.
18 radiant.
18 radiant, okay. You watch as the small pixie-like Erts just sort of carve into the flesh of this ogre and just come out the other side. And again, these wounds aren't bleeding. But again, looking at this ogre, you could almost mistake it for being alive. It does. There's no gaping wounds already on it until now. Everything looks almost normal. So- Hang on, God, maths. Why didn't I pay more attention at school? But the ogre zombie has gotten in range to make a melee attack against Balasar.
Is Balasar not 30 feet back?
I just
Oh yeah,
noticed that
Balasar is 30 feet back, so yeah, he wouldn't have even moved there.
Wah.
Well, actually, it would have moved
Foiled
towards
by
there,
your
so it
own
would be about there, but not quite yet. So I'm just gonna move
Wait,
you.
so I'm assuming I'm not on the map.
Yeah, you guys are not on the map
Okay,
yet.
cool,
I'm just gonna move you to there to show that.
Right.
And yeah, this he would have moved up to but he's not in range to attack. He's used all his. This one is going to use an action to dash to get to there. But then that's its turn done. Now it's the smaller zombies.
Aye.
Team move to there. Move to there.
Oh.
Hello, mates.
How you doing, loves?
Hello, cocker.
Oh shit, I'm in danger.
30.
I'm in danger.
Move down
Oh,
this
no.
way as well. So those two will both have to make wisdom saving throws in a second. 30 is just going to go there. So 2 wisdom saving throws for them. Against that. Yeah, no, they both fail, so they both take the 18 radiant damage.
Out of the sense of honesty here, Shield of Faith is only 60 foot, so if Val is 30 foot back, he doesn't have Shield of Faith.
It's 60 foot range to cast it, but then
okay.
you concentrate
Oh,
on it.
yeah.
So if he had to be within 60 foot for you to cast it on him, but then as long as you're concentrating, it
stays up.
last, even if... It stays up, yeah. I think if he went ridiculously far away, I'd say it's gone. But I think in this case, you've still got visual range on him, so you can still concentrate on it.
I mean, not that I want Dergus to die, but...
Not at all.
Okay, so that takes that one to that. And this one... Sorry, maths. There we go. Right, Dergus, get ready for a round of attacks.
Here we go, boys.
Turkus dies in one round.
Because I just need to check what I'd said.
Do have your backup character prepped, right?
Yeah.
So that first one is an 11 to hit.
This.
We got Revivify, it's fine.
Next one
Is it
is
4
a
rounds to res?
10 to hit.
This.
Rolling awful, that's a 9 to hit.
I'm just a tank, baby.
Changing dice.
No, just
Ooh.
short.
Did you
That
forget you're a wizard?
out.
You're not meant to tank.
Nope, that is a 12 to hit.
This.
No, these things are just sort of lunging and clawing at you clumsily. They just can't seem to get a grip on you. You're sort of hunkering in your armor and just watching them sort of like bat against it. Occasionally just sort of moving a little bit out the way. But so far you've managed to evade any sort of damage. Okay, Balasar, it's your turn.
Well, since I'm 30 feet away from the position I'm in right now, I'll just move to where I'm supposed to be, like where I'm on the map. And
Okay, so you're just at the edge of the map. I will say you guys get to the edge of the map. Is where she is, and Bal is where he is now.
yes,
That'll be where you
I'll
end up.
I'll also use Shield of Fate, and as my action, I'll summon my dog.
Okay.
Do you have a token for my dog?
I will get the token for the master. Hang on. I just need to make this a permanent thing, don't I?
Why don't you have
Yeah.
it as a permanent
I
thing?
think I do,
Like,
actually.
this
I think I
happens
actually
3
have it in.
times now.
I have it in the. I thought I had it in the token somewhere. Apparently, I don't. Why do I not have it in the tokens?
You said this last time.
Ah. Hang on.
Don't anger the
I'll remind-
DM. He's already killing us.
There you go. The dog of hit.
Hey, doggo.
Give control. Bye, just need to roll initiative for that in a second. Once I find Shadow Mastiff stat block. Again, should just have this bookmarked, really.
Yeah.
So, add turn. Oh, okay. So next round it will act before you. But there we go. But it's just been summoned, so
Nice.
it can't do anything. Okay, that's the end
Cool.
of your turn.
Also-
Talia.
Oh god.
Wait, I can't wisdom save for my
No,
frightened.
Nope. No, because it's it's an environmental effect, not a effect from a creature.
Okay.
So, Talia, it's your turn now.
Is it dark enough that Ebon Shot can crit?
It is. The moonlight is being dimmed
Yeah.
enough that Evan's shot is giving off the wisps of shadow, showing that it is in its state of most danger.
I'll shoot this bitch.
Okay?
This isn't a disadvantage, is it?
It is.
So a straight shot then.
Why would you have advantage?
Oh wait, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't know why I thought that. I mean,
You'll get sneak attack.
I mean,
because
Earth's, yeah, because
you'll get sneak attack because they're near Earth, but you don't get advantage on the roll. So this is a disadvantage roll. But if
Okay,
you
well,
hit, it's a crit.
that's roll number 1,
That's a hit.
and roll number 2 is also a hit.
Yep. So
Booyah, crit!
we'll take the first one. So that's
Nice.
1836. Do you want to do your sneak attack damage?
Yeah.
So go ahead
I
and
always
roll that,
forget.
and that crit as well.
46, isn't it? Or is
Yep.
it 44? No, it's
46.
Yes.
Yep,
Nice.
you fire an arrow and it just slams into the head of this creature and it just collapses bonelessly to the ground.
Yeah. And then I cower behind Fiona and end my turn.
Yeah, it couldn't use Undead Fortitude anyway because it had taken radiant damage, but even if it could, a DC of 5 plus the damage taken, it was not going to pass that.
Ebon Shot is wonderful if you can get in the situation where it does its thing.
Yeah. Okay, Valdision, it's your turn.
Okie doke. So, if I run my 30-foot forward, will I be in line
You're
with...
just on the map. You're in line with Balasar and Talia. Well, no, Talia's still back off the map.
Would I be on that side, though, or would I be in line with Ert?
You can be where you want to be at this point.
Okay,
Because
doke.
it depends on where you were in the walking up.
Yeah.
So you could be next to Ert if you want.
And would I be within melee range of the giant boy here?
If you went on that side, then yes, you could pop up here
Okie doke.
and
Yeah.
technically be flanking.
Yeah, I'm going to do that then.
Okay.
I'm going to whisper to Mortimer and just say, let's do this, my friend.
Mortimer just goes, kill it. It's unnatural.
Right, and gonna do some kind of weird flourish and hit him with Mortimer's lance.
Okay.
24.
That's a hit.
And I'm gonna pump. Where's my spells gone? You know what? I'll pump a second level smite, which is 3d6, I think. 4d6.
Well,
D8.
that's 4. We'll
And it's
level 7 now,
4d8
bro.
because well, no, it's 3d8 normally for a second level, but you gain an extra d8 because you are targeting an undead.
Okay, cool. I've just clicked it. I'm waiting for it to go. 16.
Yep, and you need to do the damage from Mortimer's lance as well.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Back to actions. Mortimer's lance.
You can just click the pink thing on your. You don't have to do it in DnD Beyond it. Yeah.
So 9, and if I remember correctly, Mortimer's lance.
I've already added the +2 to it for...
Does an extra 1d6 damage to any undead.
Ah, okay. So 1d6.
So yeah, Mortimer's lance against undead is baller.
Yep.
So that is 20. That's 29 damage.
On my
to
first
this.
attack.
Yeah,
I'm
on your
gonna-
first attack, yeah. So
hit it again.
that
18.
hits.
Right, so it's one of them.
Click, 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 plus. There you go.
So it's one of them, and then yeah, let's. I think I'm just going to leave it with the 1d6 for Mortimer's Lance. I'm not going to put a smite
Yep.
into it. That's another 4.
Yep. So that's another 15 damage. Yeah.
Cool, and that's my turn.
Nice. Yeah. You watch as you just sort of lance forward twice, and these bursts of radiant energy go off, just taking chunks out of this creature, and it sort of kind of turns to you and is like,
Get ready, I'm going to put you back in the ground, mate.
Get in the grave, mate. In it.
Vienna, it's now your turn. You are 30 feet back from the edge of the map.
I am going to plonk myself where I am now.
Okay.
So 30 foot forward.
EB!
Can I see Degris?
With the dim light of the moon, yes, you can. You can see him completely surrounded by a writhing group of
Yeah.
living corpses.
I am going to send Eldritch Blast that way, aiming for the
Okay.
big one.
Yep. Go ahead.
Eldritch Blast. Eventually. There we go. 12 and 18
Both hit.
for 5 and 7.
Nice. So, which the nearest one? Yeah, this one. Or the big boy?
I was aiming for the big one.
Yep. Okay. So 5 and 7, 12. That much. Okay. Okay. Top of the round. You watch Degris as the ones around you. At this point, you would still have detect magic up. Actually, it would still just be up. You watch as that miasma in the air starts funneling into these corpses, and you watch as some of the damage that has been done to them starts to heal.
Oh, okay.
You watch as some of the wounds knit closed, and the damage you had previously done to the one in front of you even starts healing up. The rest of you don't see this because they took radiant damage. Okay, so Degris, you are completely surrounded.
Cast fireball on self.
I did try and help
them. Thunderstep, right?
Yep, that's what I'm doing. It's been nice, chaps. Goodbye. I love cast Thunderstep.
Okay, so that is a con save for them.
I would like to.
Yeah, con save for zombies.
1 fails,
Yay.
second fails, third
Yay.
fails, fourth passes,
Ooh.
and the fifth one passes. So the top 3 fail, so they're knocked back. How many feet from Thunderstep?
50 million. 10 feet. Oh
10
wait, no, that's anyone around me. 1 second.
Yeah, they were around you. Hang on, I'll look
No,
up
I
the
mean
stuff.
anyone within 10 feet is targeted, but I'm not sure how if they get pushed back.
Hang on, Thunderstep. Thunder can be heard up to 300 feet away. Oh no, it's just damage. So yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, so the top 3 take full damage and the bottom 2 take half.
And then I teleport all the way over here.
Okay. And they don't get opportunity attacks because that's a teleport.
Ignore that.
Stop
that-
showing off my math by putting up other numbers.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. So. Okay. They just sort of, you watch from where you arrive as they just sort of all rock in place and just start turning their heads looking for you.
Bah!
That's the end of your turn.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Blossom, it's your turn.
Oh, it's,
Yep.
Is there anywhere I can get flanking on this one?
On that one,
Yeah.
I will say no, not
Yeah.
currently, because there's nothing on the opposite side of it to
Yeah,
threaten it.
that's fine. I'll slap it
Yeah,
twice.
they both hit. I mean, to make it easy for you guys, these things have an AC of 8.
So I
But
can't
you're-
miss.
Shambling cruise.
Yeah, you're
Unless
pretty
I
much
get
guaranteed
that
to hit
one.
these.
Sure.
These things are just big stacks of hit points.
So 25 and 4 lightning.
Oh, okay. You just sort of carve it into 2 sizzling chunks that just sort of
Ooh.
slide to the ground. Okay. End of your turn, Blossom.
Yep, that's me.
Okay, Urt is up.
Okay, so Ert's still concentrating on Spirit Guardians. Is that still
Yep.
the zombie that's next to her, though?
There is one zombie currently in front of her, yes.
Oh, I could
So
flank that one, Blossom.
I could have. I didn't realize this one was that close to the head.
in that case, she's
Also,
going
I
to
think
hit
that's
it.
the one I hit the first time, and it's taking radiant damage.
Yeah.
Hit it in
Sorry,
the face with her glowing mace, I think.
Yeah.
But
Okay, so she says boobies and lights up the mace.
yeah, and we're gonna hit it.
I like this music. Yep.
Hmm,
Yep.
it's like dubstep adventure music. Like, what the hell?
And he does 3.
3 damage. That's the glowing mace, right?
Yeah.
That should do a bit more, I think. Let me double check. Where
Oh, it does another 1d6 radiant damage on a successful hit. So
to fiends and undead foes, yeah. So
yeah,
so an extra 1d6. So 8. Okay.
and she's also going to invoke her War Priest, so that she can attack again as a bonus action.
Okay.
So
That hits.
did that, and she's got another d6.
Yep.
There we go.
Ooh. Oh, it is holding on by a thread. I mean, quite literally, she hits it in the head, and the head sort of rips off the neck. And it's just hanging there by, like, I think nearly headless Nick. Let's put it that way.
Oh, nice.
It's hanging there by sinew and muscle.
Blech.
Spirit Guardians
Okay.
triggers at the beginning of its turn, right?
Yeah, at the beginning of its turn. It's not going to be around long.
Yeah, that's why I
Right.
didn't bother with that one.
Big boy's turn. 30. And dash. 5. 25.
That's why it
30.
seems much easier than the other one.
Just loves you, there, diggers.
And
It's pronounced
the
daggers.
normal zombie.
Shut
So,
your mouth.
Wisdom saving. Is it wisdom saving?
yeah,
throw?
that's a 10.
Yeah, right. So let's get my Spirit
Yeah,
Guardians
I'm
up.
not even going to have you roll.
Isn't it half damage,
it-
even if it passes?
Yeah,
And if it's on that low health?
it was on 1 health.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just reduced to mulch by the pixies.
Nice.
But these guys are going to find.
Where did
Time
man
to
meat
cast
go?
Thunderstep.
Man meat disappear. I see man meat. Run.
Make that
Run.
the menu, boys!
They all come running down to here.
Oh, God.
That is their movement and action to do that, so that's all they can do. Except for this one that was already there, who turns around and is going to attack. And has advantage as you are being flanked. Oh, there we go, that's a better roll. So that is a 22 to hit.
Shield.
Okay, so you cast the shield, and I'm assuming that raises your AC
18
enough?
to 23, yeah.
Yep. So yeah, you watch.
You say
the-
that so casually.
You watch as it sort of raises both arms, and you watch as the muscles in its arms bulge unnaturally, and it's just going to bring them down on your head. And you just bring up the bright blue arcane shield in the way, and it just smacks into it and throws it backwards a little bit.
You
I'm a
activated
mass-
my trap card.
I'm a massive advocate of shield. It's so good.
Okay, it's the doggo's turn.
Thanks, Ben, for the extra +2 as well.
You're welcome.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible.
Val, always
Val,
looking out for you.
What would you like your doggo to do?
Kill all the enemies.
I mean, he's close to. He's close to this one here.
Yeah, he's within combat range. He could make a bite attack if you want.
I mean, he's all bones, so let him take a bite.
Okay. So here we go. Bite attack. That hits. That is 2d6. Oh, snake eyes. But that's still 5 damage. 5 damage isn't bad. And then the zombie has to make a strength saving throw versus a DC 13. Oh, just passes, so he's not knocked prone. Okay. Balasar, it's now your turn.
Well, close to that one in front of me, so I'll first knock that one out of the way.
Okay. Let's see what you got. Disadvantage due to being frightened.
What about with me?
Not that it really matters against these things.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, you hit.
Okay, so that's the first one. He doesn't die yet, does he?
No. So 7 damage. 17
Whoa.
damage. Yep.
Stop rolling. It's just going crazy.
Does he take necrotic?
He does take necrotic damage, yes.
Oh well.
I don't have that option.
Is he dead yet?
Hang on, I'm figuring it out. No, you managed to sort of cut a chunk out of both shoulders, and it sort of turns its head to sort of glance at you, but it is still standing.
There's no point in this one, so.
Okay. Right, Talia, it's your turn.
I will stay right where I am, but I will shoot this one with my ebon shot.
Okay. So yeah, that's 13, 5, 4, 40. Yeah, it's within
Or
range.
number 1.
Yep, that's a hit.
Or number 2. Oh, fucking that one. I miss.
That is an 8.
Oh,
no, it's not 1,
wait.
so it's an automatic. No, it's a nat.
Yeah, it
it's
says it's a nat 1. If it had been anything else, yeah.
In that cluster though, Degris, you hear a whistling.
Oh, fuck, sorry, diggers. I'm scared. I can't help
Okay.
it.
Okay.
And a crossbow bolt flies under your shield and sinks into your shoulder.
Oh, no.
You take 12 piercing and 3 necrotic damage.
Oh, God.
I'm glad it doesn't auto crit on him as well. Cause
Actually, it does.
Oh,
Oh,
fuck, I should have
shit.
kept my
It
mouth
does. So actually, sorry, that is
Here we go.
30 damage in total.
Damn.
I'm
Job-
sorry. I thought I
I
had
mean,
it.
Look
30
down at
damage.
this crossbow bolt with like wisps of shadow
Me being
coming off
frightened
it,
is not a good thing, bro.
and look up and just see Tal just sort of biting her knuckle far away, sort of trying to hide the crossbow.
Right, your accidental shot somehow beat 23 armor. You just here.
Can
Yeah,
I box
I'm alive.
Can I box from the grave?
Yeah, me.
You cannot.
Not you?
You're not within 30 feet of anything.
Oh, am I not?
You never moved last turn. You're still 30 feet from the edge of the map.
What? No, I'm
You never-
confused.
you-
I'm
you
confused
never- you
because
never told
earlier
me
you
that
said
you-
that we'd all come up to the map. You'd said
No,
that,
I
and then
said-
you
I
changed your
said
mind
if-
later.
No, I said if you come up to the edge of the map, then previously it was going to be that you were still off the edge because you were 30 feet from the edge of the map.
Well, I've still got movement, so can I move and then do
Yeah,
it then?
you can move up 30 feet and then
Okay,
do it.
I just assumed because of what you'd said earlier that I was at the edge of the map.
Yeah. No, but now you are.
Okay, right. Now I was even 30 feet, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So still disadvantage on this.
10. Oh, and that as well. Come on.
Yep.
Please don't
You
hit
get
Diggers.
another nat 1.
No, we're fine. We're fine.
You do hit. Which one were you aiming for? The big guy?
The big guy again, yeah.
Yep. Okay. So yep. You. This time the green glowing bolts that shoot from Talia do find the correct target,
Jesus Christ.
and it beat your AC, Deglis, because it wasn't an intentional attack, so the shield didn't affect it.
I mean,
Shield reacts to intentional attacks.
Yeah.
So. Right. Okay. It's looking hurt, but is not down yet.
Okay, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Valdision.
Thank God.
Fucking I've been just my luck, I've bloody kill someone.
Okay, Val is going to move up to there, and
If I
he's
knew how to
going.
delete messages.
He's going to hold a Mortimer's Lance attack against any zombie that comes within range,
Okay.
and that'll be my turn.
All right. Vienna, it's your turn.
Okay. I am going to start picking off some of the smaller guys with an Eldritch Blast, I think. I'm going to go for this one
Okay.
and this one.
Okay, so one attack against each.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I don't have the option to delete messages, why?
They both hit. 10 and
What's
12 force damage respectively. Nice, you just watch as these faintly blue glowing bolts of force energy just slam into these bodies and just take chunks out of them. Anything else, or is that your turn?
Nope, I'm going to stay here.
Okay, top of the round. All the ones who haven't taken radiant damage, you all are now close enough to see as their wounds start knitting back together, healing up slowly from
Well,
what
that's
the
annoying.
damage that they had been taken. I just got to do all the health pools. So yeah, all that damage, you watch Vienna as the damage you had done with an Eldritch Blast just closes instantly.
Well, that's making me angry.
And that's all of them healed up. Okay. Degris, it's your turn. You are once again surrounded.
How's this chap looking?
He's healed up a couple of wounds. He looks fairly not healthy as such, because obviously he's undead, but
Yeah.
in one piece mostly. He's got
Is
a
it-
couple of cuts and scrapes here and there.
Okay.
But...
Alright. I would like to Green Flame Blade that one. And then
Okay.
if I hit with the secondary to hit that one.
Okay, go for it. That
11.
hits.
8 and 5, and then this is the secondary.
Yep.
4 on the one to the.
That. Oh, 4 damage. Yep.
yeah, it's
that's
just
fine.
hits them anyway. That's me done.
Okay, so 8 and 5, that's 13. God. I really should have paid more attention in maths, or I should get a calculator to sit next to here. And 4 damage to that one. Okay. Bane of the DM. Mental maths. Okay. Blossom, it's now your
Imagine if
turn.
you played 4th edition.
Oh god. Right.
I'll go there.
Okay.
Stop Dagris from getting surrounded.
Ah!
Degris is currently a bit worried about friendly fire, though.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if I could friendly fire with a whip.
Well, I mean,
Focus on the big one, I think.
Okay. That's a hit, and that's a hit.
For 21 and 7 lightning.
28. Yikes. Okay.
I will also brand a castigation that one.
Okay.
Take my
Okay.
psychic damage.
that is just cut deep into this ogre's body, and you can just see into its insides, but obviously there's no blood or anything. Ugh. Okay, Urt, it's your turn.
Okay. I was thinking about doing something, but there's less enemies now, so just gonna move to there.
Yep.
And she's gonna take a pop shot at the big guy with her crossbow.
Yep. Okay.
Okie doke.
That hits. So
That's
6 damage.
good.
Okay.
And because that was just a crossbow action, I can use my War Priest again, can't I? Actually, never mind. I want to save it for later. So I think that's her done.
Okay. All right.
I'm hoping this big boy just disintegrates.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So it is the big boy's turn. So let's see what he gets.
Spirit Guardians.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That is a 3 on the Wisdom save. So
Nice.
roll the damage. Only 5 radiant damage.
Damn.
That is
Ouch.
probably the lowest I've seen on that. That was not good, but
No.
it takes the damage. Right, all the little guys turn. 2, 4, 5 wisdom saves. So I'm going to roll 5 d20s.
Does the big boy not cane my neck in?
I need to do him in a second. I'm doing the wisdom
right.
saves for all the others quick. They all fail. Oh, except for one. One miraculously passes and takes half damage.
Yay.
So they all, except one, take 5. Do 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 do. So you just watch as the sort of pixie Urts just go flying through some of them, just gouging flesh from bodies. Okay. The big guy is going to attempt to make a mace attack against you, Degris.
Okay.
So. That's a nat 1.
Yeah.
Although he
Does
does
he
have
get advantage?
advantage because of flanking, yes.
Mhm.
That's still only a 9.
Yay. As
So
in,
yeah, he
no.
just sort of swings and misses. Just can't hit. But now it's the little guy's turns. So this one here is going to move to here, which activates your held action, Valdision.
Yep. So I'm gonna take a swing. Schwung.
One.
That hits.
There we go.
And the extra d6.
Oh yeah, my bad. Another 4.
Okay. So was that a two-handed or a one-handed strike, can I ask?
Because he was holding it and waiting, he would have probably done it with a 2-handed strike.
So that's 15. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mental maths isn't so much adding up all the numbers at the side, it's then taking them away from the health pools. That's the problem. Anyway, so they're going to take their attacks. This one is just going to stand here like a numpty because can't be bothered. So, 2 attacks against Degris. One with advantage, one without. So the first one without advantage is a 13.
Miss.
The next one with advantage. Oof, okay, that is a 24 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit even with. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh dear.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So that is 13 bludgeoning damage.
I'm out.
Oh shit. What, unconscious?
Well, when someone does 30 points of damage in one
Like, you
hit,
have freaking healing potions, bro.
I don't.
I mean, if it's nighttime, I have a lot of moonlight. which is also
fine.
healing potion.
It's fine. Relax. It's
Then
okay.
one is going to make a strike against Blossom. That is
normally I'd
a
help you, but I'm scared,
21
so-
hit.
Yeah, that hits.
So Blossom takes 9 bludgeoning damage.
Cool.
And 1 against Urt for a 16 to hit.
Meets it, beats it.
Yep. So
I'm so
takes,
happy about that.
Like, what the hell, man?
7 bludgeoning damage.
7. Cool.
And needs to make a concentration check for Spirit Guardians.
Oh no. Right.
I believe.
That's just a Constitution check, isn't it?
Pardon me.
Con save.
Yeah.
So as long as you roll 10 or higher, it stays.
Oh, snap.
No.
3.
Mm.
Goodbye, Spirit Guardians, as the Spirit
Oh,
Guardian
shit.
fades. So,
Paddy's just like...
Wah. You have
Okay.
fallen into my trap.
right, it's the doggo's turn.
Let him bite the one closer to him again.
Okay. Mastiff. That's a hit. That's 13 piercing damage.
Nice.
Does the dog have a name, Maria?
I mean, I just revive him every time, so I'm not sure if he's the same one.
Oh, I mean, it seems to.
Oh,
Zombie
Seems to-
is knocked prone.
then call him Legion.
Sure.
That's all we are many.
That is the end of Doggo's turn. Balasar, it's your turn.
Nice. Okay, so the one in front of me is not dead yet.
He is prone on the ground, so you do get advantage on the attacks. But
So
because
straight
you
roll.
have disadvantage, it's straight roll.
So, yeah. Finally.
Oh boy.
Okay,
They both hit.
2d8.
Yes.
Dead.
Oof. So
Dead? It's like, is it gone? Is it gone?
Yep. You
Is it bloodied?
plunge down with 2 strikes, one going part of the way through the neck, the other completely beheading it.
Oh, lovely.
Nice.
Hey.
Talia, it's your turn.
Well, I want to help Durgus. Talia's too fucking scared to do that.
You
so,
do. You do what you want to do.
yeah,
Don't worry
yeah.
about it,
So
fine.
she's just gonna try and shoot at it and hope she don't hit you.
Yep.
I
Seeing
feel
as
so
he's now
free.
prone on the ground, you're unlikely to hit him, even with a nat 1.
There
Oh,
is,
cool.
however, a cat and a goblin in the way.
Well, hope you don't hit. Hope I don't hit you. Roll
Well, she's
number
not actually a
1.
goblin,
Yep.
she's around,
Roll
yeah.
number 2. Oh, thank God, it's not on that one. It's quite low, but luckily
It
then
does hit. So
Yep.
you do get sneak attack if you want it, as Blossom is next to it.
Yeah. There you go. Ooh, I'm rolling good.
Yeah.
Wow.
You just fire, and
Oh,
this
no,
time
that
you
one.
watch as one of the eyes pops, and it just collapses backwards with a thud.
Whew,
Very nice.
biggest threat dead. I end my turn.
All right, Valdision.
Okay. Since there's one straight in front of me, I am going to keep thwacking it with Mortimer.
Okay, Mortimer, by the way, is singing in your head
What's-
a little song going, 1 zombie, 2 zombie, 3 zombie kill.
Mortimer's got some sass tonight.
This is a field day for him.
And Val is going to try and synchronize his swings of Mortimer to the song that's being sung in his head. So,
Hey.
is that first nat 20 of the game?
That is.
Of
Nice!
the session, not the game.
yeah, of the
Dude,
session,
I
that's
think
what I
we'd be
meant.
really unlucky with the amount of sessions we had. with that
Right.
So, I'm assuming it was a two-handed.
It would have been single-handed because I wasn't holding the action.
Okay. So that is.
Really, the only
12.
time he does dual-handed is if he's holding it ready, because it pumps him up.
Right. So that is
You know, get your bonus like 2d6 or something.
Oh,
6, 12 plus
Awesome.
5 is 17.
would the d6 be doubled?
Yeah, d6 is doubled as well.
That's another 10.
So another 20. So, yeah, that one's gone.
Yeah.
Lunge, and in a burst of radiant energy, his chest cavity just vanishes.
Okay. So, gonna move up to this fella up here and take another swing.
Okay.
Right.
Rolling high, Ben, on these attacks.
Yeah. That's good. We want that.
There we go.
That's 9 plus 3, so 12. Yep. Okay. Oof. Yeah. All right, Vienna, it's your turn.
This one and this one.
Okay.
Eventually.
Hits. And hits.
Awesome.
12 damage. Yep. Okay. All right. Degris, a death saving throw, if you please.
Okay.
Yep, that's a save. All right. Blossom, it's now your turn.
I'll go for one across Dagris first.
Okay, go for it.
12. I'll do them individually because this. I don't know if it's got a chance to kill it.
Okay.
So 12 damage.
12 hasn't killed it yet.
Fair enough. Right, take another. Still hit.
Still hits.
Not in that one. For 19.
19, okay. So 19 more on him. Okay, looking the worse for wear, but still alright. So, Ert's turn.
Yeah, 2 seconds.
Okay.
Right. How many we got left? There's only 3 little ones left, isn't there?
Yes, currently.
So gonna move in there and go for a mace.
Okay,
11.
that hits.
It's that plus a d6, isn't it?
Yeah, plus another d6. So that's 9, okay. Alright. Hasn't killed it, but did some damage. End of your turn?
Yep, that's her turn.
Okay. Big guys are dead. Little guys are still here. So, one is going to make a melee attack at Degris
Oh no!
with advantage. Shield of Faith will be gone because you are down. So that is 19.
Oh,
So that is 2 death saves gone.
got him.
Two failures, as it is an auto crit.
Yep.
Okay. This one here is going to attack Ert, because she just attacked it. That is a 18 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
So Ert takes 7 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And the last one is going to attack you, Val. For an 18 to hit.
18 hits.
Okay. And you take 9 bludgeoning damage.
Okie doke.
Okay. Doggo's turn. I'm assuming he's going to bite. Oh no, the one he was attacking is dead, so... Is Doggo moving, Maria?
Yes. So he's gonna move.
I mean, you have
here.
control, so you can drag him.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and then an attack there. Alright.
Yes.
Okay. So... That hits. That's 9 damage. Oof, this guy's starting to look very rough. And then strength saving throw. Fails, so is knocked prone. Blip. Okay, Balasar, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm going there.
Yep. So again, straight roll, because advantage, disadvantage equal out.
Ooh, a crit, so I get the heal I don't need.
In all honesty, I'm gonna let you take that second roll against another one potentially if you've got enough movement left, because the first one killed it.
Ooh, nice. Okay.
So you move.
So-
You use 10 feet to move there, so you have 20 feet of movement left.
I can go
Yep.
here.
Yep, you can get to there.
Yep.
So
So I'm gonna hit that one. Should I do another roll?
hang on.
Or
So 12. You need to do your necrotic roll and double it. So 1d8 and we double whatever's rolled.
wow.
12, 14. Hey, that's not bad. It's still taking a good chunk out of it.
True, true.
Okay. Talia, there are 2 targets left. One behind the other.
I'll shoot the one closest to me.
Okay.
Hang on, my DnD Beyond's being a poopy head. There we go. Roll number 1.
That's a hit.
And roll number 2. Also a hit.
Yep. Still a hit. So, that's 9 damage. Do you want to do your sneak attack?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll it. It's probably going to kill it.
Boom!
Yep. That is another dead zombie.
It's that one, yeah.
Yep.
Cool, I end my turn.
Okay. Val, last opponent.
Here we go.
Nobody's helping Deckers.
He's
I'm
And he's on
rolling on
2
it when I
fails.
get there.
You on 2 fails?
Yeah, because he got
Yeah,
attacked by a
go ahead.
zombie.
Oh shit.
oh, okay. In
He
that
got, he
case,
got auto-critted. You all watched as this zombie just sort of stomped on his head.
sorry,
Well,
I'm like
you know,
concentrating on a
enough
million
members, you'd
things.
think one of you would bloody help.
Right.
I've got an excuse. I'm frightened. You guys don't.
Val is going to
I'm
move down
proud.
and
I
help
thought it was
Dagus.
closer to death, actually. I thought I would have finished it.
Right, lay on hands. He gets 5 health.
Okay, Dagus, you are
Yay.
back up.
And Mortimer's probably going to be shouting at me for walking away from a zombie.
Mortimer's pretty happy at the moment. The amount that you have taken down, he's happy to. He knows your group are going to take down this last one.
We'll just let it walk away.
Vienna, then it's you to finish up.
In all fairness, I was actually going to make my way over with a health potion. So, but now that
It's just she's so low in the initiative.
I'm just so far down the initiative, I had to wait for my go. So since Val's handled that, I will Eldritch Blast. Is this the last zombie that's up?
It is the last one.
Right, let's Eldritch Blast him.
Hit.
Yay.
Hit.
Oh,
Yay!
You just Balasar, you're
Wait,
ready,
was worth it.
edge of night, waiting, and in front of you, you watch as there's like an impact on this corpse's chest, and then its head just explodes towards you, and you just get
Oh,
splattered.
sorry.
Got zombie
Cool.
all over you.
no problem.
And as you all take a second and just sort of breathe, you can see none of them are moving. They appear to all be dead. And you can sort of take scope of what just happened.
I don't like this one bit.
Can I investigate the holes that they've come out of?
You may roll me an
investigation.
investigation check.
I want to loot the corpses, but I'm too scared.
Right, investigation.
Yeah, and it's just like, do you want to hold my hand and come and have a
Yeah.
look? She does it in a mocking way.
17.
Wait, you were joking?
the holes they've come out of have quite evidently been dug with a shovel. They're very crudely done. You get the feeling it's not these were just sort of slapdash, very quick things. There's nothing else in them at all.
Okie doke.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Is anyone here proficient in medicine?
I am now.
No.
Okay. Anyone who's proficient in medicine, could you please roll me a medicine check?
Okie dokie. 16.
16, and got a 15. Okay. So, and Vienna, as you look at these
And
bodies...
Talia.
Wait, me.
Sorry, and Talia, sorry. That's me being an idiot. As you look at them, these don't look like dead bodies. These look like they've just come off a surgery table. You can see neat stitching. You can see what looks like very carefully done healing magic in various places. You can see what looks like the evidences of poultices and other things having been used to basically heal up wounds that were originally on these things. The other thing you notice is that there's a lot more musculature to these bodies than should be there on the humanoid ones. On the ogre ones, they're very much as they should be. But on the humanoid ones, it looks like the muscles have somehow been enhanced, made stronger, which resulted in the stronger blows that they were dealing. You get the feeling that if you gave from sort of the shape and size of like one of them, you would expect it to, as a person, be able to maybe lift a heavy crate. But from the amount of musculature, you're guessing this could probably lift twice that much.
Experiments.
Like freaky Frankenstein monsters. Not that I know who Frankenstein is.
You got there before him.
I mean, you've seen Frankenstein things anyway on the boat.
Well, flesh like a flesh golem.
Oh yeah, it was.
Mm. This would be the closest thing to it, I'd have thought.
Out of curiosity, where did this crossbow bolt hit me?
In the shoulder.
In the dick. Oh.
Right,
okay.
so it's pretty, like, when you say it's pretty, like, would I know where the bolt came from?
I mean, who uses a crossbow in our group other
Well,
than
you
me?
would know.
You could make a pretty good guess.
Right, I'm not gonna mention it. I'm not gonna mention it.
I'm frightened. Like,
Does anybody need HP?
I'm good. I didn't take any hits.
Oh,
It's
convenient.
It's actually only Dagger and
It's at this point. I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw again, please.
Help me, Balasar.
Ooh,
Wait.
Well,
Do I get doubly
actually-
frightened? Like...
Actually, by this point, for those of you who've already passed twice, you have become immune to the effect. So just Balasar and Talia to make me wisdom saves.
Okay.
Wait, does this get me out of it, or...?
It will get you out of frightened, yes, if you
Nat
pass.
20!
You
Yeah!
both passed, so you are both no longer frightened.
so
Okay.
wait, who needs HP then?
Me.
Does the
Talia's run
moonlight?
over... Talia's gonna
Does
run
the
over it and
moonlight
give him
work?
a healing potion.
I don't need your potion. I want the paladin.
But it's my fault! I hit you with my crossbow. I'm
Yeah,
so
I know.
sorry.
Go away.
I'm sorry.
Go away.
I mean, if it works at night, I'll hand Dirgus some moonlight, like 3 or 4.
What are you giving me?
Moonwine, it only works at night.
What's it
It's
do?
a healing potion.
It's the same benefit as healing potion, only it's alcoholic.
Yes.
Can't you just? Wait, it's alcoholic. Never mind. I'll neck it, man.
I mean, I can heal
Okay.
you normally, but where's the fun in that, you know?
Do
So
both.
you've drunk moonwine, which counts as a healing potion. So 2d4 plus 2 healing.
I mean, if you need more, I'll use the normal one as well.
I need. I need a fair bit.
Well, you
How
just
much
told
do
me
you
to
need?
fuck off.
30?
So
Maybe I don't
If you-
like you.
maybe I don't
Wait,
like
if you need 30, I
What's
can
that?
use my lay on hands. How much do you need?
I don't know. Are we allowed to say how much I specifically need, or do I?
Yeah, you're allowed to.
I need exactly 29.
Okay,
in pools of
29
five,
it is
innit?
then.
Was it in pools of 5?
Val's down to 15 points of lay on hands now because he's just healed and himself.
I have all 35, so I can give him 29.
You are a star.
Wow. Well, you owe
You,
her.
you
owe
though.
her. You
I'm gonna
owe
pull,
her.
I'm gonna pull the goddamn bolt out of my arm and throw it at her. There's your bolt back.
Thank you, darling. Can I pick it up and add it back to my?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm gonna
cool.
start walking back up in the middle again, back on track,
Fucking.
with my light on my staff. And obviously fairly grumbled, but a bit dishevelled about the thing. But
Does
Yeah.
the light on his staff actually cast any light further than what the giant orb on Ert's mace is casting at the moment?
It does a bit further, yes, I believe.
Yeah,
If I
it's light
remember
spell.
correctly.
light spell.
Yeah,
I
light
don't know
spell's
what-
60 feet, I believe.
I think
Whereas,
it's 20 and 20.
20 and 20? Then
Yeah.
Ert's might be a bit further, actually. Let me double
Yeah, I
check.
think it's 20 bright, 20 dim.
Mace of Radiance, 30 foot and 30 foot for the Mace of Radiance, so the mace is actually more efficient.
I'll keep mine on in case I get shot by someone.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Alright, should we carry on?
You coming or what?
Yes, I'm coming. God,
Let's go.
at least I'm not frightened anymore.
Which god?
The Raven Queen, of course.
Okay. Put you back to that screen. So, you continue trekking onwards. There is no more earth, from what you can see, disturbed earth anywhere. And your trek towards the remains, the tower, is undisturbed. Within the 30 minutes, though, the further you go, the colder it gets. Sorry, that was really weird. You can see, like I say, just past the tower and probably another hour on foot, the beginnings of snow. And it's beginning to tell in the temperature and general atmosphere here. It is cold. Not as cold as when you went to the Feywild, but it is still colder than you're used to. You can start to see little puffs of breath coming out in this desolate, unmoving landscape. You come to the edge. You come to you're probably about 50 feet away from this as you come up to it, but you can see a 20-foot high wall, square, going in a square around this tower. The tower itself is within it. Probably you look at it and you give it a sort of judge. It's probably a good 100 feet from the edge of the wall to the tower from every direction. There is a gate on this side of the wall as you walk towards it, a cast iron gate with two sort of stone, sort of almost reapers positioned on the pillars on either side.
Pretty creepy.
And glancing through the actual rusted iron gate itself and looking in, it is a graveyard. You can see tombstones and statues and various graves all laid out in a symmetric pattern within the confines of the walls.
How tall's the tower roughly?
The tower, from the look of it, is about 5 stories. So you at a rough guess, you would probably think it's about 100 to 120 feet tall.
That's pretty tall.
I think it's going to take a while to get up there.
It is
Indeed.
made completely of stone, but it has no adornments. and you can also see no windows.
Can I do a stone cunning related check to see if this is? I don't know.
Yeah, you can go ahead and check with stone cunning.
Yeah, it's history on it. I think after all.
Yeah.
History related to the origin, considered proficient, add double. Okay. Oh, okay, so 3 plus. Hang on. Yeah, add 6 to this.
Why did you roll 2d4?
That was for health. That was,
Oh,
that
right,
was a
where's-
while
Yeah, that
ago.
was his health potion. Yeah,
Yeah,
when he
I was
did
about to say,
the
I
potion.
thought you
Yeah,
rolled.
Yeah. No.
Oh, wow, 12.
Okay. It looks like granite. The blocks are granite, and it looks like it's been cut and put together quite well.
Nice. Is it like thick, solid chunks of granite, or are they like more bricks?
It looks like chunks of like big blocks of granite that have been stacked together to make this tower.
Heavy to move is what I'm
Yes.
guessing. Yeah. But if anyone is not averse to it, I'd like to spend the next 10 minutes being a walking magic detector.
You go ahead.
Right, I'll sit down and open my book.
Okay. Is there anything anyone else is doing during this 10 minutes?
So we're right next to a wall that is barricading us between the graveyard
not-
and...
Yeah, you are not adjusting the wall yet. You're about 10, 20 feet away from it.
Okay.
And it is a 20-foot high wall. There is a gate on this side, and you can see through it the graveyard, and past that, the tower.
Okay. Whilst he's taking 10 minutes, I can technically move 3... How many feet? 300 feet?
Oh yeah, easily. More than that, but...
So I'm basically going to fly up and see if I can get a wider view of everything. And do a bit of an investigation, but kind of keep as much distance, kind of stay with the group, but just in the air.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Bear with me. Multiple screens. I press the button. Let's try again. Oh. 22 and 23?
Okay.
Nice.
Right, okay. So, looking around, you can see that the graveyard stretches on every side of the tower. There is nowhere where there is not graves. From up this high, you do see shapes moving in the graveyard.
Great.
You can't quite tell what they are from this distance. And you can see that there is one entrance to the tower. On this side, same side as the gate. It would be a straight run from the gate to the door. But that is all you can tell from this high.
And I can't judge the distance between the gate and the door?
You've already... It's about 100 feet.
Okay.
How high did you say the wall around what's holding the gate up is?
20 feet.
20 feet. Would I be able to climb to have a look? Like over the top?
You would have to go and have a closer look at the wall to see if there's any handholds.
Yeah.
You could go and do that.
Yeah, I'll try.
Oh no.
Okay. So you move up to the wall and inspect it, and again it's made out of granite blocks. So there is gaps where you could get purchase to climb over it.
I could climb up and have a look. I have better eyes than Val.
I mean, it's up to you.
Well, I was kind of hoping someone would reply.
Read in a book!
You're reading a book. Screw it, I'll do it.
Okay. So you
I mean, you went 20
roll
foot
me
forward
an
away from us, so...
athletics check.
Yeah, I could still
For
hear someone from 20 feet
climbing
away.
up the wall.
So what am I doing?
An athletics check.
Athletics. Nice.
That roll.
Where the frick is athletics? There it is.
Top.
Proficient.
Okay.
Oh,
You
no.
slip a little bit, but you do manage to get up to the top of the wall, just not as elegantly as you would have preferred.
Okay, I'm just kind of holding myself and then like glancing. I'm not like pulling myself up or anything. I'm just gonna have a quick
The
look.
top of the wall is only about a feet thick, So there's enough to sort of balance on if you wanted to, but not enough to stay
I
there.
don't want to stand on top. I'm just gonna peek over the top and then drop back down. So.
Okay. So what are you looking for in particular?
Any other entrances or?
Okay, so from the
Potential
side
threats.
you are on, you can see one side of the tower with a door.
Potential
there
threats.
are. Roll me a perception check at. Because of the dim light and because you are sort of peeking over a wall, this will be at disadvantage.
God's sake. So we can do anything at advantage. Right. Which one's checks? It's just through the skills thing, isn't it? Because it's not a main.
Although you are tiefling, so you have dark vision, so straight roll.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. 21.
21. You do see a number of shapes moving around the tower in a sort of patrolling pattern.
So like organized.
You see two large shapes,
Ugh.
probably a good 8 feet in height each. You see a number of smaller shapes, probably between 5 and 6 feet each. The main thing that draws your eye, though, and these are not going in as much of a pattern as the large and small shapes. You see two very tiny shapes, which are giving off a glow, a fiery glow. And in fact, you recognize the type of fire. You have encountered
Oh
these
no.
before.
Oh, fuck.
Flaming
you
skulls.
recognize two flame skulls making
Oh shit.
flying and zipping around the graveyard.
Talia's just gonna drop back down and run back to the group and say what she's seen.
Okay. You didn't get a clear enough.
Things.
You didn't get a clear enough look at the other shapes to see what they were, but
I
you
just
did
say
at the flame skulls because they're lit.
Big mofos, little mofos, flaming skull things. Not good. And only one entrance that I can see.
Joy. That's going to be fun.
Or not.
By this point, Daedalus, you have finished the casting of Detect Magic.
Okay, I'm just gonna. I mean, until it wears off, it's just in the back of the mind as a walking beacon, I guess, for 10 minutes.
Okay. Looking at the tower, the miasma is much thinner here. It is still there. And the gate and the wall themselves are not magical. That's as far into the graveyard as you can see currently.
I will explain the connection between the miasma and the wounds healing that I saw. Because you said I was able to notice it specifically because I had Detect Magic on, right?
Yeah, you could see the miasma flowing into the wounds, specifically into the undead corpses and healing them.
Yeah, so that's how the rejuvenating, as it were.
A healing mist, great. That's all we need.
Right, we're going or what?
I guess.
I mean, we've come this far.
Yeah.
Just to. Are we here to ask questions? Or are we here to destroy this guy?
I mean, technically,
We're
we're
here
just
for
here
a
for
ship.
the ship apparel thing.
Apparatus of
Apparatus of
Qualish.
Qualish, yes. that's the-
Qualish.
Whatever.
Qualish. What was it about?
Qualish.
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 I mean, I'd imagine we're probably going to have to ask questions because I doubt
And
some
it's
kind of
bad.
submersible is going to be in the middle of a graveyard.
No.
Oh, you never know.
I need to add that to my thing.
That'd be
What was it?
convenient, wouldn't it? We
It
walk
would.
to the gate and it'd be
Yeah.
right there.
It was.
Apparatus.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask you a question, Vinny. Do you talk with your patron?
What?
Do you talk with the night lady thing? Cold lass. I can't remember her name, sorry. The one who...
The night
Elsa.
mother.
Mother Knight.
Yeah, do you
Mother
talk?
Knight.
Do you talk with her, or is it just that one time when we were over there?
She tends to talk to me as and when she feels like it. I can't communicate with her as
Oh,
such. Well,
okay.
maybe I can, but she doesn't respond unless she feels the need to.
Oh, okay. Anyway,
Getting sidetracked here.
guess I'll start. I'm going through the gate, right? Am I opening the
Okay.
door? I didn't see anything on the door. Well, as far as
No,
magic.
nothing
Wait.
on the gate.
Can I
What you
check
can-
the gate for traps first, please?
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
$16.
There does not appear to be any traps on the gate.
Is it fine?
I think so.
I open the doors.
Can I cast Divine?
They open with a creak and just the rust of rusted hinges, just like.
Ah, great.
It's not
Well-
overly loud. It doesn't like echo through the whole graveyard, but it's an
We're all
ominous
holding our
sound.
breath as it happens, just like, oh.
Gritting our teeth. Oh god.
Divine sense, Val.
Just so I can
there
actually know how many.
There are no undead, fiends, or celestials within 60 feet of you currently.
Okay.
Does it look like a
Well,
clear
there's-
But
shot?
there is still that sickening feeling from the miasma, but it is much lessened here.
So, the creatures that were moving round are not within 60 feet of the doorway?
No.
Okay.
They are patrolling the whole of the graveyard.
Ah, okay.
There is roughly 400-500 square feet for them to patrol in.
Why don't we just sneak up to the door and open it?
Or
I
just
think
run to the
that
door.
I prefer is sneaking, not running.
How about we sneak? If we get caught, run.
Yes, agreed.
Okay, yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Is it stealth check?
7.
Yeah, so stealth check for everyone. This will be a group check.
21. And I'm moving slowly, so plus.
Yeah, so 31. Yeah, no, 26.
17.
21,
and then
17.
I need to figure out how to set that properly on D&D Beyond. So it doesn't-
21.
21. Okay, 23. Yep, so you all cover for Daegris pretty well. We're waiting for Balasar.
Maria, you're muted.
Sorry.
There we go.
We're doing stealth checks?
Yeah,
Yes, a stealth check,
Uh,
please. Although at this point, you've pretty much
I'm
passed
trying
as a
to
group.
find the stealth.
It's right at the bottom of your skills.
It's one above survival.
Thank you.
Underneath sleight of hand.
And that's
Yeah, high five!
High five, sevens!
Egris has got all the stealth of a dwarf, and Balasar's got all the stealth of the dragonborn.
Hey, that's racist.
Hey, I rolled well as a dragonborn.
You're an
Daegris and Balasar go to just sort of stroll up to the door, thinking they're being stealthy. The rest of you manage to sort of cover for them and make them move a bit quieter. But you move across the dead quiet of the graveyard without any issue as you come up to the door.
Is the door... Wait, no magic from the door?
Can I check the door for traps?
There is magic on the door.
Wait!
It is abjuration based.
Ugh.
Alright, I got a good idea what it is, but I don't know. I'm not gonna say what it specifically is, but there's
Well,
some sort of abjuration magic. Is it on the whole door, or is it on a particular part?
It is on the whole door. And Daegris, make me a perception check for as you were
This is
walking
gonna
through
go-
the graveyard. This may completely bypass something for you.
15.
Okay, 15. As you were walking through the graveyard, you had noticed a number of statues
No.
that also had a small abjuration-based glow, but not over the whole statue. It was
Ooh.
over like one finger or part of a scythe handle, and it gave off the same sort of glow as the spell on the door.
Ah, how many glows?
There was 4 in total as you walked through the graveyard.
Is there 4 roughly on the door?
The door itself is one full glow.
Ah, right,
Yeah,
okay. I'll explain this to the group, and I think if is there one of them closest to me, like one of the statues? How far
Yeah,
away
there's
is
one,
that?
there's one. The nearest one is probably back into the southeast, about 35 feet.
Is there any patrol going on over there?
From what you can tell currently, there is nothing within sight.
Right. I think there's the mechanism linking these statues, maybe if we move them in a way, then this door will just open flat out. Wait, I don't see a lock on the door or anything, do I?
There is a lock on the door.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
But
There is a handle as well.
I think if someone went to the bother of setting up magic on the door, then it stands to reason that...
Roll me an Arcana check.
Okay. Oh wow, this is my
Okay.
thing, and I screw up.
Yeah, you can't tell whether this spell is active or not currently.
Right, I'm gonna go with my initial plan. I'm gonna tell everyone what I think it is, which is statues have some connection to this door, and I'll say I'm gonna go check the closest statue.
I hope someone stealthy goes with you.
I'll
Yeah,
go
but
with you.
what's the point? They can't see the thing, only I can.
Yes, but as a duo, you might be slightly stealthier.
Okay, who
I'll
wants
go
to
with-
go with me?
I'll go with.
Someone that's not you,
I'm not
preferably.
gonna stab you. Stop being a pussy. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, just like she's the stealthy one.
Put that crossbow. Fine. Okay, let's go. I'll
Come
go. What, southeast? You said 35 feet.
Yeah, 35 feet to the southeast.
Oh, guess we'll stealthily, well, try to go over there.
I mean, would you guys like a visual?
I don't want the visual. It's a visual.
Go on then.
bad.
So you guys are actually up at the door up here.
Ooh.
Okay.
I feel like we've stepped into Lieutenant Surge's gym, and I'm looking
Yeah.
for trash cans.
Yeah, looking for the button.
So the
Yeah.
one that you can see the glow on is there, Dagris.
Go over here then and have a look at what's. Assuming we get there.
On this one, it's one of the hands that is glowing, and you can see now that you're closer, the hand itself is different from the rest of the statue. It looks like it's on hinges and can be moved.
Oh.
Does
All
it
I-
look like it's been moved out of place? Do you know what I mean? Like it doesn't look like
It
it looks
looks
as if
like
it
it's
moves?
currently in place, but it looks like it could be moved.
All I'm hoping is it's not a specific order we've got to do it, and then when we get the wrong order, it just goes, this button has been reset.
I'm gonna
Or
try.
You've pressed the wrong button. You've just summoned a whole.
I'm gonna
of
try and
enemies
move it.
for you.
You know, like, does it move? Does it give in a certain direction, or
Yeah,
is it
as
like?
you touch it, you can feel that it's easy to pull down.
Okay, I'll do that.
And as you do, there is a click, and the abjuration magic gives a little flash, and the abjuration magic on the door gives a little flash. Nothing happens.
Does a new statue get a glow or anything?
He's counted 4 as he walked through, and Dagris would be able to
Can
pretty
I?
much remember where they were.
Can I do the other 3?
Okay, so yep, as you
Same
move round,
rough plan.
yeah.
Move it.
So you and Talia move round, going to each one, pulling the levers. Again, the flash happens, and the flash on the door happens, but nothing visual otherwise happens.
Should we check the door? Like, see if anything.
Yeah, if we've done them all, I'd like to go and check the door
Yeah.
and
Okay,
explain to everyone what we've done.
all right. So you try the door.
I'm just gonna try and open it.
You pull the handle.
I disappeared.
It pushes open.
Yes!
Swings open easily.
We
Wow.
did it!
We hope.
Go in. Go in. I'm gonna walk in.
You first.
Okay.
As
So,
Dagris goes in, I stand at the door and just look in, kind of checking for anything that's going to jump out at us.
Val's got Mortimer
Demons.
close
Yeah.
by, ready to strike.
Roll an investigation check, Vienna.
Oh dear.
You see me, triple wire.
16. Looking at the top of the door, now that it's open, you can see small holes.
Ooh.
And you can see metal in them, and you get the feeling these were bars. You get the feeling that if something had happened, this would have slammed down to block the doorway.
Right.
So we deactivated it. We hope.
So yeah, I voice that to the others and go, maybe you did do the trick.
What does
I'm
this
just
lower?
hoping that whatever we did didn't tell
Uh,
Ishktar where we are.
Talia, with your passive perception, you can see out of the corner of your eye, coming round the edge of the tower, the glow of a flame skull.
Everyone get in! The skulls are coming! Go, go, go!
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
And then once everyone's in, I'll shut the door so it looks like nothing's changed. I guess.
Okay.
And hope that doesn't reset the thing and the bars drop.
Well. Well.
Find out.
You
Too late
don't
now.
hear anything. The door closes with just a nice click, and as you sort of listen, you hear just something sort of floats as you see the illumination under the door as the flame skull just floats past.
Suck it, you bastard. Alright, okay. What's the room look like that we're in?
So turning around and looking into the room you are in, it is a 30-foot square room within the tower, and it is completely lined with bookcases.
Don't get carried away.
Are any of them magical?
From your magic sight, none of them glow as magical.
Right, okay. Are there
Oh,
any
Dagus.
stairs?
There
Dagus, you
is
remember what
a
happened last time?
single-
No.
There is a single set of spiral stairs in the far left corner.
Yes,
Spiral
does
stairs
feel
leading
a bit
up.
Deja vu, doesn't it?
Just stop.
Just up.
Right. Val, I understand your point, and I agree with you, so I'm not gonna go first. Because...
I can send my dog. Or Talia can send her bird.
A
The
bird's
bird
gone.
is not currently with you. The bird
But
got
where's my
killed last
dog?
time. The dog's with you. The bird isn't.
Oh, okay.
Bird.
That's scary.
What bird?
Weenie.
Queenie's not been there this whole
Yeah, no,
time.
that's the sheep. Balasar didn't know that.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
I omitted
Sorry.
it from my report. I forgot.
Oh,
I
yeah, yeah. Queenie got poofed out at the volcano thing. Not volcano. What about the hag's smoke took it out?
Right, so I would like, if anyone's in agreement, that the stealthier people should go first and look for traps as we go
Alright.
up the tower.
Agreed.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's
And
not
no
me.
touching any
Me-
magical books, Dagus.
I can't. Well, to be fair, none of them are magical, so don't worry.
Right,
don't know
so
that.
Who's the most?
I'll tell
Who's
you.
the most stealthy other than me?
I think it's just you.
I mean, has anyone stepped
I'm
into the room yet past the doorway?
probably-
No.
no.
Okay, just checking. Just
Yeah,
checking.
Blossom might be stealthy, but
I want to like look at the room before I go in there.
Okay.
Assess.
Like I say, looking at the room. Well, roll me investigation check if you're checking for traps or anything.
Yep, yep.
Yup.
Actually, yeah, Degris, you would see this.
12.
12 doesn't appear to be any traps. Degris, with your
Oh.
detect magic, you do detect a source of magic in the room.
Oh yeah. Right, what is it?
It is
Calm down, man. Jeez.
What?
it
What?
is illusion based, and it is just in the center of the floor. Just
I
a
will-
patch of
Alright, boys,
floor.
we did our job. Let's go back.
I will point. I'll point it out. You know, how big? Like
It's
radius?
literally just like a tiny little spot. It's not even big.
So it's like a little. Is it underneath carpet or is?
Well, there is no carpet in here. It's
Oh
all
right.
wood floor.
Right. I'll point it out and go. There's some illusion magic there. Is it right in the middle of the room or is it just off to the
Right
side?
in the middle of the room.
Illusion. Could it be hiding a beastie or?
Through a little keyhole.
switch.
It's
I
yeah,
don't know.
it's about it would be about the size of your fist there, Gris, and that's it.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Small things can hit hard.
Can you dispel it?
No.
Why not? Thought
Because
you
I don't
were
have
unlucky.
it prepared. That's why.
Well, why didn't you have
Oh.
it prepared?
I can't prepare every spell I own.
Well, why not?
Oh, why? Well,
You're
how
supposed
do
to
you?
be a reason. I know why not.
How does the magic system work? No, I'm just messing. Right. So, do you think we should go around it? Should
I think we should
fist it?
stealthily go around it and not to fist it. No.
Right. Go. Okay, is how
Stealthy.
much of a gap is like the biggest gap can we get around it?
I mean, it's in the very middle of the room. It's about the size of a fist, and this is a 30-foot square room.
Right, so
There
we
is
got
lots of space to go around this.
All right, so yeah,
Is there cover between the middle, like that? Is it just books? Is it wide open?
There
Like,
is-
is it
it's
tables or
wide,
stuff that we can duck underneath?
There is
and-
just bookcases lining the walls, except for the far corner in the left, where there is a spiral staircase leading up.
Can
think
I-
we're
So it's a
overcomplicating it.
wide open room with nothing in it except wall-to-wall books.
Can I just
Yes.
propose, since we're just off the room, still in the doorway, we could always try and throw something at the thing in the middle and see if it does anything. If it doesn't, then we can carry on across the room. Because it might be the
That's a
switch.
good point.
Or try and hit it with a crossbow dart or something.
You could use
Talia's gonna
the sentry.
Oh,
rummage.
what's Blossom saying?
Oh,
Use
snake
the
sentry.
Snake sentry.
That's not a
Yeah.
bad shout. Might be
Yeah.
easier.
We could do that.
I
Or
was just gonna roll a.
send it scurrying over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you send the snake sentry in.
I guess.
As the sentry slides into the room past the entranceway, Degris, you watch as the illusion magic sparks, and you hear a voice go, "Leave now, or face the wrath of Ishktar!"
All right.
Does it come from that spot in the
It
ground?
comes from that spot in the ground.
I'll point that out. That's the origin of the sound, but I got a feeling that that is possibly just a like a automatic thing,
Roll me an
Deterrent.
Arcana check, Degris.
right? Come on, click. 16.
Yeah, this is not a complicated piece of magic. It's a magic mouth spell.
Yeah,
It's a pre-recorded message that activates on set conditions.
yeah, it's
Okay,
nothing to
let's
worry
go.
about.
Let's
Doesn't that
go.
mean it's going to activate for each one of us when we enter the room?
Let's
Well, you
find out.
don't know what the conditions are, so
Right, did we say Blossom and Talia first? Checking the room as they go up the stairs?
Yes. I
Yeah,
guess.
go for it. I'll stand here
Fucking
by the door.
lamb to the slaughter. You first, Blossom.
Sure.
okay.
10.
10.
Right.
Four.
Well, we
that's
roll in stealth.
Stealth.
21.
So 26. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So you sort of ghost across the room. Blossom, unfortunately, sort of tripping on a loose floorboard along the way, but managing to catch herself with sort of feline grace and not make
Steady,
too
Blossom.
much noise. You move across to the spiral staircase and look up. The staircase
Mm.
goes up a floor, and then it doesn't continue after that. You get the feeling that there's
Hello? Nope.
Eep.
Discord
Hello?
playing up again.
Right.
It's just like he goes up, you get a feeling, and then it just went silent.
Yeah.
I was
I
like, oh
thought
shit,
that
what's
was
happening?
me. I was like,
it only goes up one floor. You get a feeling that there's different staircases in different parts of the floors to go further up. Rather than just one continuous staircase that goes up all 5 floors. There's sort of one
Yeah.
that goes up and then another one that goes up.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, I'll check for traps.
Okay, roll an investigation check.
17.
17. Looks clear.
I think it's clear, Blossom. Shall we?
Oh.
And like, usher the others, I guess.
Okay,
But like, she puts her finger up the map, but like, shh, quiet.
okay.
Where we'll try.
You'll try, yes.
Oh, I think Discord's having a crazy.
Collects her sentry along the way. And you are all now stood at the base of these wooden spiral stairs.
Keep going.
Okay, we're going. You first, Blossom.
Sure. Another stealth check.
No, we'll just use the same one for now.
I'm okay
So
with
you
that.
move slowly up this flight of spiral stairs. You come to the lip and you look out into the second floor. It is, think think student bachelor pad. Looking into it, it is obviously a living space, but it's messy. There's a kitchen on one side, which is just a complete mess. You can see pots and pans, some with a bit of mold growing out of them. Not particularly pleasant. You can see on the other side there's 2 beds separated by a small wall, and in the opposite corner from where you have come up, there is another set of spiral stairs leading upwards.
You say student pad. Is there a magical lava lamp?
There is not.
Oh.
It is rather Spartan. Like, the beds themselves are pretty plain. And like I say, there's a small table to eat at, and there's a stove and a sink. But other than that, and a few cupboards, which you assume probably hold food, it's pretty bare.
The 2 beds are interesting to me. But if there's possibly someone else in there as well as Ishktar. Well, apart from the undead, but I mean,
That's just weird.
so like,
I mean,
Maybe he's got a zombie bride or something.
well, I was just about to say he was thrown out for messing with magics he shouldn't do. Perhaps something happened to somebody.
Maybe he like raised his wife from the grave or something. Or maybe
Talia
he's got a model
and-
girlfriend.
Blossom,
Hmm.
you do watch as from under one of the beds, a severed hand just comes crawling out and is just moving across. Like, you can see a bit of bone sticking out the top of this, and there's a bit of cloth wrapped around the wrist, and it's a putrid black color. And it's just, think Thing from Adam's Family. It's just crawling across the floor on 3 of the fingers, whilst 2 are sort of clutching a cloth and sort of dragging it behind it, and you get the feeling it's trying to clean. It's obviously been tasked to clean, but it's not doing a very good job of it because it's not really made for that.
Well, that's sus.
Oh, that's disgusting. Is it coming towards me?
It's just moving around, and you get the feeling it's trying to clean. It's making sort of the motions with the cloth behind it, but can't get the grip to do anything proper. It's just moving dust around.
Val
Could I-
goes.
I think this guy needs a maid. This thing's not doing a good job.
Val goes up to it and just pulls out Mortimer and just pierces it.
Okay, roll me an
Oh,
attack.
you're gonna
please.
make Mortimer a freaking hand.
No, not
Maybe
not
just
to
to
transfer to kill
Oh.
it because it's bad. It's undead. Right.
Oh, I was gonna stamp on it if it got near me.
All the fingers disappear across the room.
That hand
Mortimer
doesn't even exist anymore.
just glances down into it, and it just the hand. There is now just this black shadow on the wooden floor.
You see, what you've done now is you've got rid of your crit, so now you won't get one for Ishktar. Just saying.
that's fine.
That's fine. Mortimer will be happy.
Mortimer is actually very happy, and he goes, "Crawling claw, disgusting things, made from the hand of a murderer."
Oh, lovely. I mean, I don't know.
Lovely.
Right, you two.
You don't hear that. Only
know,
I
so
hear
I
it.
just said I didn't. God.
Goddamn stairs.
I wish I did. I want to talk to Mortimer.
Goddamn stairs.
Okay.
Right, Jesus
let's continue.
Christ.
Oh, Vienna, them 2 first. They're stealthier than you and I. Well, me.
Okay, so are you moving across to the other set of stairs?
Stealthily around the edges.
Yeah,
Being careful.
Yeah, nothing untoward seems to happen. You reach the next set of stairs and begin ascending them.
Checking for traps first.
Okay, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
10.
10. Looks clean.
Seems fine. Let's go.
You climb up them, and you come out into a chillingly cold room. The floor here is made out of the same granite as the walls, and within you can see a number of granite slabs with cloth-shrouded figures upon them. and you see a number of sort of benches with surgical tools laid out precisely in order.
I really want to make them out of order, but I don't want him to know we're here, so I'm going to resist.
What are you doing?
Because he's not going to notice that his maid's just been blown up.
Is anybody else having Discord issues?
Oh.
Oh, I
Does
thought
it?
Damn it, Discord, fuck.
Sorry.
Does it look okay?
I think so, other than the fact that it's a creepy lab.
God damn it, Discord.
wow,
It's
Discord.
going crazy.
Come on.
Just me.
No.
No, it's
No,
me.
no.
No, it's all of us.
Everyone.
Okay. As long as it's not just me, that's fine.
No.
I'll follow. Like, I guess the general thing is those.
Okay, this is really
This is
annoying.
not helpful.
No.
Come on,
No.
Discord.
Come on, Discord. Come on. Right. So
Hang
what's
on.
everyone?
Oh my god! And we're connected again.
Oh my god, this is not going to get
Right.
very good if this keeps happening.
God.
I'll
Should we
meet up
try
with those.
swapping chat channel? See if that helps.
No, I don't think it'll make any difference.
No,
Okay.
it'll
Honestly.
just keep doing it.
Seems to be stable for the moment.
Yeah.
So,
I'll give it a Google.
Meet up with them.
okay. So you move up the stairs and into this strange morgue-like room.
With Blossom and
Talia.
Talia.
Yeah. There is another set of stairs here in a different corner.
Hmm.
And Talia, with your passive perception, you can hear what sounds like muted chanting.
Oh god.
Dorime,
Dorime.
Dorime.
I can't remember the rest of it, so we just say
Say Dorime over and over.
Dorime. Yeah. Oh, you know, there's a familiar sound coming. Muted
Familiar.
chant- muted chanting. You know,
Dorime.
like a ritual. It's creepy.
What do you want to do?
I thought Discord had disappeared again for a second.
No. There's like chanting. I don't know whether he's in the other room or we should.
Where's
be
it
quiet.
coming
I don't
from?
know what's going on.
Yeah, is it coming from upstairs?
It's coming from upstairs.
Coming from upstairs. Is there
Okay.
no other exits into where we are right now? Is it
No,
literally
it's
just
a
going up and
single
up?
room. It's going up and up.
Right. Well, I don't think we can go around. There's no other way. So, shall we have a look?
Okay, I think we should prepare ourselves, but
Indeed.
let's go.
Right, Blossom. Come on. Let's go. Have a sneaky look first.
What?
Who's going up first?
Me and Blossom are going up first. Blossom
Uh,
in front.
Can I Shield of Faith on Talia?
Okay. I mean, Blossom's the one in front, so
Talia, sorry, Blossom, what's your AC?
Mine's 16.
same as
what's-
mine. So
Okay.
give it to Blossom. He's in front.
Yeah, I'll
She-
give it. I'll
Sorry.
give it to Blossom.
Okay. So you cast Shield of Faith on Blossom.
Yeah.
Alright, so stealth checks from Blossom and Talia, please.
I did worse.
Oh fuck that one.
Oh
That
no!
one. But even then, that's a 10. So 15 in
yeah,
total.
but you said it's a fail even with my
No,
armor.
that's on an attack.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, I'm moving
there is
stealth
no,
as
there
well,
is
so
no
that's another
crit
plus.
fail on checks.
Oh, thank God for that. That's still pretty low though for me.
Does she get
Yeah.
15? Because of the whatever?
Still gets 15.
Okay.
And Blossom gets a 9. So between you,
Shit.
that averages out enough.
Oh, okay.
So you sort of move carefully up the stairs. Talia, you're having to sort of cover for a lot of the noise Blossom's making, but you manage to make it up. And glancing into the next room, you see a almost like study space. And you can see most of the furniture's been moved to one side. There's still a number of what looks like bookcases along the walls.
Ooh.
every time I mention bookcases.
I guess it's just like hyperventilating books.
Books.
But you see across from where you are, come up these stairs, stood in the middle of a ritual circle, holding their hand up towards a floating amulet, is a weathered-looking old human man, sort of muttering and chanting under his breath as this sort of green glow extends from his palms towards the amulet.
I can't help.
He does not appear to have noticed you.
Okay, what the
And there is another set of stairs leading up another floor from directly above you. This one does go all the way up.
How the hell are we going to get past him with everyone?
Do we go past him?
I mean, I don't think you think you can kill him if we like gank him. I don't think so.
Maybe.
If he's Ishktar, he's going to be more powerful. It's not dark enough for the crossbow.
Well,
is
we
it?
should.
It is
Can
not.
we
There are
identify-
candles in here lighting
Can
the
we
room up.
identify what it is he's actually doing?
Yeah,
We're not there, Fiona.
we need a wizard.
Oh.
I'm gonna nip back downstairs quietly and be like, "There, we need to know what he's doing. We think we found Ishktar, but we're not sure.
Who's what doing?
I don't know. He's some old man. He's like doing
Why
it.
don't you try
thing.
talking to him? That'd probably be the best idea.
No.
Fine, I'll talk to him then.
Oh Jesus Christ!
What's wrong? Who's Jesus Christ?
I just keep cursing. Oh, the Raven Queen, Jesus.
Right, do you want to, like, if it's Ishktar, we need to talk to him, right? That's what we're here for.
Mother of Ravens, we're not going to talk to him. Like
We need to
people-
know where the I can't talk,
The apparatus
apparatus.
are calling. I know that, but like.
Yeah, and he can't talk if he's dead, so let's go. Talk to him.
Well, I mean, if I was higher level, he could talk if he was dead. but-
What's this level you're talking about?
Did you say there was an amulet?
Yes,
Yeah,
an
he's
amulet,
holding
yes.
his hand up towards an amulet that's floating in the air.
I mean, I could always Misty Step and grab the amulet.
I was thinking of just slapping it with a whip.
I mean, you guys do you like?
Why don't we
But
talk
are
to
we,
him?
are we
I'm
waiting for him to
concerned that
finish?
if we
or-
talk to him, then he knows we're here and we lose our element of surprise.
Yeah, but you need to talk to him if it's Ishktar.
No, we don't. We don't.
Well,
need
how
to
are you
talk
gonna
to
get?
him.
How are you gonna get the apparatus then?
We can
He has it. So
He doesn't have it on him. It's a fucking barrel.
yeah, how are we gonna find it then if he's dead?
If he's dead, we don't have to worry about him, and then we can look for it.
Well, it doesn't look like it's right here, does it? So
No, obviously, it's probably in another room.
Vienna's
Alright.
gonna start walking up the
Look how fast
stairs.
you-
Yeah,
so
Val,
smart.
Val goes upstairs behind Vienna.
Okay, are you guys being stealthy or
Nope.
No.
no?
Oh my god.
Ishktar sort of stops, like hears you coming up and stops his chanting and sort of looks over his shoulder and goes, "Oh, I didn't know I had guests.
Hello.
Can I help you?"
Yeah, perhaps you can actually. Ishktar. She kind of questions,
Yes, I am Ishktar.
and she goes and actually goes to shake his hand and says, "Oh, pleasure to meet you."
Tommy's just stood
as
there with
as
her
you
mouth
get close,
agape
you
and her
hit
eyebrow
a-
raised, like, what the fuck?
As you get within about 10 feet of him, you hit a force field.
Oh.
And he goes, "Oh, terribly sorry. I'm kind of in the middle of something. Could have been rather
What?
a ritual. Could have been rather bad. So
A
I put
ritual?
up the field.
Tally, you're
just
still
to
downstairs.
protect things."
yeah,
No, I
wait,
said I'd
wait.
come up. I said I'm stood there with my mouth agape going, what the fuck? He's nice. Well, seemingly nice.
Vienna just turns to her and says, I completely understand. But we've travelled this way to just ask you a few things, that's all. If you'd be so
Well,
kind."
of course. My name is Ishktar Hashima. Pleasure to meet you. What would you like to know? By this point, he's turned away from the amulet, but the amulet is still floating behind him. It looks like he's managed to pause the ritual, but he's still obviously concentrating on it enough to keep it going.
We're looking for something that you may have. What was it called again?
Apparatus of Qualish.
Oh, hello there. Please come up, come in. Don't be shy.
I was gonna say, like, are we all up here now?
Yeah, we're all up there.
Paddy, do I know it's a force field? I mean, obviously, like,
I mean, you can now, with the tech magic up, you can see the force field, and this is strong abjuration magic. You can also see on the floor in various areas conjuration spots.
okay.
And at the back of the room behind Ishktar, none of you had noticed it yet, but what had looked to be a statue is glowing with magic to your sight, Degris.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
that after the amulet or before?
The amulet is also glowing. That's glowing with necromancy. Heavy necromancy.
Right.
Ishktar is also wearing another amulet, which is abjuration based.
Okay.
Yeah, so Vienna kind of carries on and asks him about the apparatus.
Oh, that old thing. Yes, I made that to see if I could use it to collect some underwater herbs for better healing potions and reagents for healing spells. I don't really have much of a use of it. It's upstairs in my junk room. Please.
Oh, would you
feel-
kindly?
Oh yes, feel free to
Thousands?
take it.
Oh,
Not
really?
a problem.
So much.
No,
Yes,
no
yes.
payment at all?
No, I don't have need of it, and if it'll help someone else, go right ahead. That's why I came up here, was to help people, further my research and help more people.
Can I
Right.
just, obviously, Fiona's
Insight check.
talking with the guy, right? Fiona's
Yeah.
talking with him.
Roll
I
an
don't know
insight check,
I don't know
Talia.
I don't know where Talia is, but everyone else, can I whisper the information I gleaned from detect magic? So they're
Natural 20.
aware?
Okay, so yeah, you can pass that around, Degris, without too much trouble. Talia, he's been completely forthright. He came up
Fucking
here
what?
to do research to help people, or at least he thinks so.
Oh, yes, that's that thing where your alignment thinks. As long as you think you're doing the right thing, technically
When-
you are.
When you say people, are you on
Yes.
about people that are living?
Living?
Oh, yes, most definitely. I'm a proponent of medicine.
It's a roundabout way of healing, I guess.
I mean, what, healing after the dead, or?
Oh, no, nothing like that. You see, I experiment on the dead to find implementation on the living.
Right.
Of
And
obviously,
these
I'm-
bodies, like, you didn't, like, dig anybody up, did you?
Oh, no.
Well,
all
they're,
my
like,
research, all my
donated?
research is done on, well, when I was at the academy, everyone was donated. Otherwise, I send my troops out to nearby battlefields. Any recently dead that are in decent condition are brought back here. I repair the bodies, animate them, and run my experiments.
So you
Is that
steal
not
the
a bit
bodies of...
disrespectful of the dead? I mean, I wouldn't want my body being used in experiments if I died on the battlefield. I'm just saying.
These are
You did
battles
that on the
between people.
battlefield. You
These
are
are
being
people-
experimented on by
These are
lots of things.
These are quite a lot of the things I get are raiders, bandits, any guards I get, I leave. I make sure my troops only bring back the ones who, not to be mean, but not be missed. As such.
I suppose, in a roundabout way, that's...
Fiona's still looking upstairs at like the apparatus, and she turns around
Oh,
and
have you
says,
gone upstairs to?
"No, I'm
Oh,
just
you're
looking
looking at the
towards the
stairs.
stairs." So she goes,
Yep.
"By the way, if you happen to have a seeing crystal, keep it close. We run into some hags that we'd rather not deal with again."
No, not them. They're so annoying. They keep trying to kill my guard dogs. No, well, that's why the
So-
guard dogs are there. They kept trying to impinge on. I suppose you've noticed the aura of this place. Yes.
Yes, it's pretty creepy.
Well, it's extremely good for my studies. If I can somehow harness that aura and change it from necrotic to helpful.
Wait,
Sorry,
what?
that
Oh, what?
was not meant to do that.
Freaking me out then, you're like, oh, I just wait for just morph into a
Made
giant
him angry.
Oh, Jesus.
No. If I can harness that and change its generative properties from healing the dead to healing the living, why, it would be magnificent. Unfortunately, the hags who have come here are trying to do something else to it. I'm not certain. That crystal was something they were using. They kept trying to attack my tower, so we had a little fracas, and I managed to abscond with it.
Well, I suppose anyone who'd dick over those hags is okay with me.
Can I just
Well,
pose?
That's why I started posting the undead outside to turn them away. I wasn't really expecting any other guests. If I had, I probably would have made sure that they didn't attack anyone else. I hope they weren't a problem.
Oh, we
No,
managed. Yeah,
and
we
you, I
managed
mean,
it
the things that
fine.
want to hug you a lot were pretty creepy. Were they yours?
No, they're not mine. They are naturally
They're
occurring.
not very nice.
I have a
Not
few of
very
their
nice at all.
corpses downstairs for experimentation.
Can I just pose this question and thought to you?
Yes?
The corpses that you pick up off the battlefield, if they would not wish this in life, do you think that they would wish this in death? And do you think reanimating them, if they didn't have that mindset of furthering your medical profession and furthering medicine, that's essentially enslaving them?
I would not say enslaving them. Their souls have already passed on to the correct afterlives.
It's just their
I'm
bodies.
merely making use of a lifeless husk and trying to help those who currently live to further their lives in service to whichever gods they so choose.
Val kind of grits his teeth and just stands there.
Can I go upstairs and find this
I
thing?
believe the souls
Yeah.
leave your body once you're dead.
Yeah,
so
Vienna's
I
gone
kinda
upstairs
agree.
now.
So,
Besides, he's being nice. Let's go get the apparatus and get
wait.
out of here.
Me and Vienna go upstairs trying to find this thing.
okay.
You keep talking if you want. I just wanted to point
Right,
it out.
we'll do Vienna and Dagris quick, and then we'll come back to this. Vienna and Dagris, you go up the last flight of stairs, and you come into a clustered room. There's broken furniture, there's what looks like ripped books. Basically, it looks like this floor never had a designated use. It's just been anything that's broken or that he's not got a current use for has just been tossed up here. You can see a trapdoor in the ceiling that would have led onto the roof. But other than that, if you roll me a investigation check, both of you.
Would it help that I've got my...
Yes,
Magic.
so you roll yours with advantage.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
Vienna.
Nat 20.
I mean,
We're smashing these rolls tonight.
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
you need to bother?
Just not initiative.
Well, so looking around, there's a couple of items that catch both of your attention. You can see a half-ripped carpet that Dagris to you gives off transmutation. You guessed that this was probably at one point a flying carpet, but it is
Right.
now damaged beyond most repair. There is a cracked statue of a dragon that is giving off very strong conjuration vibes, but again is not in a usable state. The magic
Right.
is flickering and sparking, and you can tell it's probably not working anymore.
Pardon me.
Vienna, with that check, whilst Dagris is looking in one corner, you find a book.
Wait, I found the book.
You
over
found
there.
the book?
You find a book, and you find a book that,
Shit.
as you touch it, you can feel the magic coming off of this thing.
I will call Dagris over.
Well, on the front is written a treatise of understanding.
What'd you
Okay.
find?
This book? She kind of hands it over to him.
Do I see anything?
Looking at this book, it glows really strongly with magic. And it's not. This doesn't have a specific school.
Alright.
And you have heard rumors about these books.
Do you want me to roll?
No.
Oh.
This is something that you would have heard about, just in general, as
right, okay.
as a trainee wizard. There are certain books that were written by mages of such power that the words within them are imbued with magic. If someone reads the book, then in some, depending on the title of the book, it improves that person. However, once a book is used, it then loses its magic for a century. These are extremely rare, as the improvement is permanent.
Yeah, I don't think we have to. Well, unless what's going on downstairs, I'm not going to have the time to identify it, am I?
Again, you know generally what it is from rumor.
Yeah,
Basically, this is a book that if you read it, increases. Basically, for you guys to know, this is a tome of understanding. If you spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days or fewer reading the book's contents and practicing what's written within, your wisdom in score increases permanently by 2, plus your maximum for that score.
So it's similar to the book that I had to read for how many days was it? To learn.
Yeah, similar to that book for Beginner's Book of Magic, except that was a very simple thing. This is literally, it makes you wiser permanently.
I still hand that over. Yeah, Vienna hands that over to Degris. She's got no use for it, so.
Okay.
Do you want to? I mean,
I'm not one for books.
No, I mean, I understand it, but this is Ishktar's property, and
thought you'd be interested.
Yeah, I would be, but it's technically theft. And he said we can have the.
It's junk.
He could have the.
Yeah, you get the feeling Ishktar probably doesn't even know this is here.
Right, you pocket it then. No, you pocket it, and we'll look at it later.
All right. She puts it in her backpack and she says, "Anyway, I'm looking for this bloody apparatus."
Yeah, I found a statue and a half-broken rope.
As you look around, you see eventually you find a metal barrel.
There we go.
Smaller than you were expecting, but Degris, you with your mage sight do notice that there is a enchantment on it, reducing the size of it. Once the enchantment is removed, it will return to its normal size.
Oh,
and also balanced upon the top of it is a crystal orb.
Oh, this must be what the hags want.
Which is giving off a very strong fey magic.
Fey?
Yeah, very, very strong fey magic. You get the feeling this is a power channel of some kind.
Hey, Vienna, this has got fey magic on it. And your lady is fey, right?
Yes.
I didn't touch it.
Vienna picks it up.
As you pick up the orb,
you die.
You watch as it changes color to pitch black.
Oh, really?
Whereas before it had just been see-through, it's now pitch black. And you feel your connection to Mother Night strengthen.
We will actually try and communicate with Mother Night.
Maybe. Why don't you pocket that as well?
Are you going to try now, Vienna?
He's like, steal on my behalf.
As you reach out, you hear Mother Night go, interesting. I didn't know that 2-bits piece of swamp trash had found a focusing crystal. How odd.
Worth me keeping hold of this, Mother Night?
Certainly worth keeping away from them for whatever they're planning. Something like that would increase their power exponentially.
All right.
Fuck those guys.
She's gonna pocket that crystal and turn around to Degris and says, "If you could do one thing for me, do not tell the others I have this."
Do you mean everyone?
Everyone.
All right, cool. What are you gonna give me?
What do you need?
Yeah.
Waggle's eyebrows. We're all alone, dickhead.
Right, I'll bear it in mind. But that's pretty cool. I don't actually want anything. I was just messing around. Could I have a look at your goggles sometime, though?
Sure.
Like, just to look at them, because you didn't... I'd like to see what they do.
Absolutely fine. I'll hold that.
Can I pick up this barrel? Is that within my possibility? Is it that small?
Well, hang on. Vienna, could you make me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Oh God.
You gotta stab me. He knows too
Paranoia.
much.
He's trying to steal your goggles.
I look
Nope,
like
that's
a
it.
demon.
That's
I'm
it.
not wearing
Nothing
the
to do-
goggles, to be fair.
Nothing to do with the goggles. Nothing to do with any of that.
It's the crystal, isn't it?
No.
Can you wait?
no,
There's a.
Nothing to do with any of that. I just needed a wisdom save.
Okay.
Can I pick up the barrel,
When the
please?
DM asks for a save, but doesn't say why. It's like, you're fine.
You go to pick up the barrel. It is heavy.
Help me!
It is going to take at least 2 of you to carry this.
Help me!
Okay, Vienna gives him a hand. Not that Vienna's got a lot of strength, but she tries.
We'll just carry it downstairs. Like, to me, to you, to me, to you.
It's
Like,
like
between the
moving up-
between the 2 of you, you are just about managing to carry this. You don't think you're moving at sort of half speed though.
Probably need
Okay.
Balasar to help carry
I'll go first on the stairs. We put it on my back, and we just use my. Yeah, that. And then we'll go
Vienna's
downstairs.
so tempted, just like she's smirking. It's like, I wonder what happens if I roll this barrel now.
that.
Okay,
Like, she
we'll
rotates.
return to downstairs whilst these guys have been searching. So Ishktar is sort of looking at you, going, is there anything else I can help you with, or may I get back to my ritual?
I mean, what's the ritual? What are you doing?
Well, you see, I'm getting a bit on in years, and my research isn't done yet, so I'm.
So you're messing. What are you doing?
I'm merely attempting to extend my natural lifespan. That's all.
That's not natural.
Swings and roundabouts. If it'll help me in my research, then all's the better.
So, what do you like? How are you going to extend your life?
Well, it's a bit complicated to explain to the uninitiated.
I'm a magic initiate. To now, I'm curious.
Val
Well-
just grabs his magical symbol and starts muttering under his breath and casts Zone of Truth.
Okay, what is the save on that?
The save
This
is
where we were like, we
Charisma
could fight at
14.
home without combat.
Charisma 14, and he has advantage on the saving throw. Charisma. Yeah, that is a 25. He
Oh,
narrows
good.
his eyes at you and just goes, "Please don't try that again."
Val, God, I was asking him a question. He was going to tell me. Jeez.
Which god?
So, come on, I'm
Ah.
curious.
Well, in this sense, I remove the frailties of the body. In a sense,
Right.
pause my own time. It's a delicate ritual. He sort of points to one of the to a patch against the wall to the right of him, and you see a pile of dust. He goes, "If I get it wrong, I end up like my apprentice did. Silly boy. He thought he knew better than I did."
Wait, do I have any inkling as to what he's doing?
Roll me an Arcana check.
This would be hilarious if I get it. I'm probably not going to roll very high. 14.
You think you have an inkling. You're not certain though. You can't quite pin down as to whether or not you think that's what he's doing.
So I can't even.
Like there are other spells this could be that would have a similar effect that aren't what you're what I'm assuming you're thinking. So
Like a.
he could just be doing one of those. You don't know.
Damn it. It's not going to hurt anyone, is it?
Oh
Other than
no,
possibly you.
definitely not. No, there's great risk to myself, obviously, but
You're
once-
not going
once
to go
the
like
ritual-
crazy and start killing people if it goes wrong or something.
Not that I'm aware of. Once the ritual's complete, the energy here should sustain me, and I will continue my research.
And
You-
where
And
exactly
you're
is the energy
certain that
coming
you'll
from?
carry on.
You both spoke at the same time there. Who am I answering
You-
first?
I said, and where exactly is the energy coming from?
From what I have managed to discern, there is a crack, a planar crack, here in this place. I don't know how it came to be. I'm guessing during the calamity, but deep beneath the ground, there is a planar crack, and I'm assuming it leads either to the negative zone or the Shadowfell.
The negative zone? Isn't that like bad?
Not bad as such.
It doesn't sound very good.
A negative plane is. It's not. It's. People assume that it's evil, but it is not. It's just
I mean, it's a
anti-life
plane.
in a way.
I mean, that sounds pretty bad.
Ah,
How is
well,
anti-life? How is anti-life going to help you extend
well, you
your
cannot
life?
have life without death. It is part of the circle of life and rebirth.
Which you're trying to avoid.
I'm trying to extend my life. I don't mind dying eventually. I just
Well,
want
you
to.
just said there's a circle of life.
Yes,
which means
yes,
you have
but
a
I want
designated time to be born and to die. You're not wanting to die at your designated time.
I want to die once I've completed my research.
And how long will that be?
I don't
No.
know.
Maybe it'll be
That's why I
forever.
need to do the ritual.
Just one last question for me. You say this crack is beneath the ground, so you're channeling energy from this crack through the ground to this tower for you to utilize it.
Oh, I'm not channeling anything. The energy comes out by itself. That's you probably noticed that if you fought any of my guard dogs on the way here, that when you wounded them, they healed. The energy itself just forms a miasma in the air. It's
So you
all around
definitely
the
have
place.
nothing to do with the miasma, yes?
Oh no, that miasma's been here
Inside.
thousands of years. Go ahead.
Help with that.
Well, you can both roll insight. You can't assist an insight roll.
Yeah,
Okay,
no, I
that's
don't
fair.
know. Please be informing to me.
Yep, he seems pretty honest.
17.
Yep. Yeah, he's being honest. He has nothing to do with the miasma. He's merely making use of it.
Well, I guess he seems legit.
Do you have a way of calling off your guard dogs so that we can leave this area?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't want to get attacked on the way
You
out.
watch as he sort of weaves a few symbols in the air while still concentrating on this ritual. And he goes, there we go. They'll not attack you now.
Oh, lovely. Alright, so have we got the apparatus?
At this point, you watch as Dagris comes huffing and puffing down the stairs, taking probably most of the weight of this on his back, whilst Vienna's just sort
Absolutely.
of supporting a bit.
Yeah, she's almost leaning on it, actually.
Do you want a hand, Elgus? You look like you're struggling.
Got it. This
Balasar,
seems
maybe
heavier.
you-
This seems heavier than when I picked it up on my own.
Maybe
Ah,
Balasar should
shush.
carry it. He's strong. He's stronger than you.
Right, you done with Ishktar?
Val, are you
Yes, I think so.
holding Mortimer right now?
I am, yes.
Mortimer goes, Necromancer. Lich.
So Mortimer I can talk to him through my head, can't I? Through like telepathy.
Yeah. Mortimer knows what this ritual is. Mortimer has seen this ritual a lot.
Okay, what's this ritual?
He's trying to become a lich.
Right. Do you, knowing what you know of us, do you think we have the ability to take him down? And answer honestly, because I know you don't care whether we survive or not.
You hear Mortimer sort of grumble, and he goes, I think you could, maybe, depending on... You gotta bear in mind you're in the seat of his power. I don't know what he's got set up.
Okay. So, I go, thanks for the information. We'll find a solution. and gesture to go back downstairs.
Val, I need you to roll me a charisma saving throw.
Oh god,
Wait,
I'm gonna
is
get.
Mortimer trying to make him do shit?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mortimer, do
Mortimer is not going to walk away from a necromancer. He is a
doesn't know.
17.
sentient weapon.
Come on, roll against it. I
It's
don't want to fight.
contested. It's contested charisma save.
Oh fuck, you rolled so low.
Nope, you're all right. You feel Mortimer's presence trying to sort of push into your mind and force your arm forward, but you manage to sort of jerk it back, and you hear Mortimer just growl.
Mortimer, give me time.
Thanks, Ishktar. Right, Fiona, down the stairs.
Not a problem. Travel safely. Be careful going through the center of the mire. I don't know if you've been that way.
Yeah,
There tend to be sort of explosions.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, we noticed. Be careful with that ritual. Like, don't fuck it up. Don't, kill
Oh.
people.
It's fine. I
See you.
learned from my apprentice's mistakes. I know where he went wrong.
Wait, what
Alright.
ritual are you doing?
He's extending his life somehow. It's pretty creepy.
It's
Wait, what?
fine. We're just gonna go
Davis,
downstairs.
You can make an Arcana check to try and
I
determine
would
the
like
ritual
to,
if you want.
please.
Oh god damn it!
We're not going to
It's
get
not
out of this,
late,
are
we're
we?
not gonna-
Yeah.
Het 14. It's something to do with necromancy. That's all you can tell.
What magic did you say came from the amulet
Necromancy.
and the golem?
The golem is abjuration.
So I think it's got something to do with necromancy, but I don't know the specifics generally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I mean, because I'm a full power wizard, right? Do I get any more insight about, not insight, but have I heard of lichdom or anything like that?
You'll have heard of lichdom. It'll have been whispered about in various corners of places where you have studied. It's sort of a dark taboo amongst most wizards. Obviously, it's for some wizards it is considered the next step, but obviously it comes with its own problems. But you wouldn't have ever heard of any details of
specific.
the rituals or specifics about it. No, it
Do
would be very banned knowledge.
Yeah. Would I know any other means of how people have extended their lives outside of lichdom?
You would probably know that there are a couple of. I mean, this is a ritual, so if he's set it up himself, it could have any number of
Yeah, it could be anything.
outcomes. It's the same as creating a new spell. If he's put enough time into this, it could do anything.
Yeah, because my out of game between that sort of knowledge, I was thinking high level transmuters can do that.
Yeah.
And things like that, but obviously, it could be anything to me is what I'm guessing. It's it doesn't mean lichdom. I just know he's doing necromancy. That's it.
Yeah.
Right. Alright, have a good day. Good luck with your ritual. I know it can be difficult. Right.
Thank you.
And I'll carry on.
As we go downstairs, I'm guessing. Actually, I'll let you go, Paddy. You're about to say something.
So yeah, you watch as Degris and Vienna continue down the stairs with this
There's
barrel.
no one's helping us with this barrel.
Yeah.
I'm literally going to pause everybody on the.
Balasar to help. Okay.
I'm going to pause everybody on the floor just below and just go, Dagus, just put that down for a second and come over here. And I'm just going to gesture for everybody to come closer.
At this point, you can hear the chanting starting again from upstairs.
I'm just going to point upstairs and go, he's trying to become a lich.
What?
How do you know?
Mortimer told me.
I had an inkling, but I wasn't sure.
Do we think we can...
I mean, if he becomes a lich, we don't stand a chance. But if we kill
I
him
was
before the
gonna say-
ritual ends, we might be okay. But he has a shield around him, so unless we can take that out, we're fucked.
We've got limited time. We can go and try and rush him now. Or we
Take
can
out the
go...
shield, or we can't hit him at all. It's pointless.
I can Misty Step.
I don't
Yeah,
think
you
can
alone
do
aren't
that
going to be able to
through a
kill him.
barrier.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
that's all
Degris,
work
you
that Joker
could
chanted.
you could see the barrier. The barrier did extend from wall to wall
Yeah.
and floor to ceiling. It was a full barrier.
I think what I know, if you have the capability to become a lich, you are some high-end baller, right?
It is commonly considered. It's commonly thought that you need to be an archmage before you can attempt becoming a lich. but you probably have heard of people who specialized and became liches before becoming magically powerful. It's not it doesn't necessarily immediately mean that you are a powerful wizard straight away, because someone who just stumbles across the ritual for lichdom, like written down somewhere, and does it properly, could become a lich. It doesn't necessarily mean that, but from what you have heard of Ishktar and the fact he used to be at the Arcane Academy, and the fact he was excommunicated and then has been out here God knows how long studying, you're guessing he's probably at least a mage of a decent caliber.
Yeah, well, when we mean decent, we mean far above me.
You would guess that I mean, for one thing, that force field would be well above your capabilities.
Yeah, plus the fact that he has several undead under his, well,
sway,
even just patrolling. I'll relay all that to everyone and go, I'd rather not chance it, to be honest.
Indeed.
Isn't there
He's
some
leaving people alone.
Isn't there some kind of saying about a wise man picks his battles and knows when to come back another day or something?
Yes.
I'm not a wise dwarf, but yeah, sounds like it, maybe.
Yeah, let's just get this out of here for now. We've got another problem to deal with.
We've got bigger problems to deal with. This guy's just one lich on his own, if he becomes one, alright? But those water people aren't going to wait.
Yeah, as far as we know, he's staying here. He's been up here forever, so.
And he thinks he's helping people. So
yeah, maybe if he does become a lich,
we go get him later.
No, I mean if he does become a lich, maybe the hags will try and deal with it, or maybe he'll fight the hags or something. You know, I'd rather.
Maybe he fails and becomes dust. We don't know if he'll succeed.
No, maybe. To be honest, like, we can get this thing down. Vienna's not helping me so much.
She's now actually leaning on top of it, just like.
Degris, make me a strength check. Seeing as you are now dealing with the full weight of something that is actually a reduced giant metal canister plus Vienna's weight. 14. That's not enough. You collapse to the floor and you take 11 bludgeoning damage as it just sort of crushes like your spine a little bit.
What are you doing?
I'm sorry, I thought we were just chatting.
No, we're lifting the big rare artifact, legendary artifact I may add, down the stairs.
She's actually smiling all the way through this. She doesn't care.
Val is gonna kind of communicate with Mortimer and just go, if you don't fight me on this now, I promise you at least 200 dead by my hand, and when I get strong enough, I will come back and take this guy out.
Mortimer just isn't talking to you.
Vienna actually calls for the other guys. It's just like, I think maybe we need a hand carrying this.
Is this code broken again?
No, we're still here.
Hey, you there?
Oh, Mortimer's not talking to you.
That's fine.
You're just getting the psychic equivalent of the cold shoulder.
Help!
Come on, help him. He's embarrassing himself.
Yeah, Vienna calls to everyone else and says, "Oh, give us a hand lifting the barrel up."
Wait! Can't we just put it in the book?
It's too big for the book.
Will it fit in the book?
It is too big for the book.
Hey, help
too bad.
me!
You'll have to carry it then.
It's pronounced Tigris. Help!
What? I never said your name, you dipshit.
Help me! Someone help me! Come!
Yes, our God, help him lift it.
So you guys are helping, right?
Well, help you with what?
He'll be what?
He's currently carrying a great big barrel.
Oh, okay, I'll take that from him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take that from him.
It's too heavy for a single person to carry on their own.
Who else is
Oh, okay, then we'll carry it together.
Okay.
Thank you. Just need one person to put in equal effort. That's all.
Well, my strength isn't that high, so.
I'll give Vienna the biggest stink eye in the world.
And she loves it.
She was bloody leaning on it.
Okay. So you
When I'm-
head.
It just gives Vienna a secret high five.
How can you
You
have
head-
a secret high five?
Like
I
a
don't know, like, like pretending behind my back.
Oh
Yes.
right. So I got the person who shoots me and the person who bloody makes my strength checks harder working together.
Anybody would think that the world has karma against you.
God,
right?
yeah. Maybe if you didn't like make light of a hag thing and then make Val be stupid.
Hey, let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here. Yes.
Well, let's go.
You
She
head
kind of-
back down the stairs and out the front door, and you see now as you come out the front door, you watch as a minotaur skeleton
Eh?
trudges past you, completely ignoring you.
Well, at least that was honest. Shall
got
we?
this outside. Can we use it?
What? We're not in the water,
Oh, damn it, yeah, that's true.
and we don't know how to drive it.
Have we
Let's
got
just get back to
carry
the
it
airship.
all the
Let's
way
just-
back? Ugh.
Yep.
Let's just keep trudging. We'll dodge the bomby ground stuff. and
Yeah,
let's
you
get
go
back to the
first,
airship.
because we're not exactly dexterous with this giant keg.
True. I'll keep an eye out and.
By this point, it is about 5 in the morning,
Oh, lovely. We've
Um,
worked for the night.
so it is still very dark out.
Could we, in the time it took for us to get here, from the ship, how long
Took
was
a couple
that?
of hours, so it's going to be either a couple of hours trek back with trying to move carefully through the center to avoid the explosions, or you can go around the edge and try and avoid the center, but that will take longer.
I
How
just
long have
want
we
to
been
avoid
so
the
far?
center and avoid the hags.
Yeah, definitely avoid everything that's gonna head straight for the airship, but avoid everything that's gonna.
Yeah,
avoid the hags.
agreed.
Yeah.
Specifically avoid the hags.
Yeah,
for-
Fiona is
stay the fuck away.
definitely
Wait,
avoiding
Wait,
them.
I got a question. If I turn into a giant eagle, could I carry the keg on my own?
No,
What if I turn into giant monkey boy
you probably could then, yes.
for an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Keep
Yeah.
going.
Let's just go. I'll keep an eye out.
Vienna, could you make me another wisdom saving throw, please?
I'm gonna
Oh,
die.
I don't like. Oh no.
Oh
Yep,
no.
okay. That's
Shit,
fine.
I know what this is. It's freaking scry. The hags are
Yeah.
scrying on us, aren't they?
We don't know that.
I know we don't know that. I'm
Heave.
just saying, as a player, shit.
Balasar, when we're done, let's get hammered.
Yes.
And I'll buy you a giant cow.
A giant cow. That was.
What's happening? What's
Okay.
happening, Paddy?
I think we're
So-
taking the long way around, don't we?
What's
I
it?
think-
Yeah.
I did a failed save, but he never told me for what. So.
Well, we
So-
don't know.
So, are you heading through the middle or round? You need to make a decision
Away
on that.
from danger.
Around.
Everybody away from
Around,
danger
around,
is.
around.
Yeah.
I did ask
Okay.
the question, how long has it been since we left the airship? Because we're only allowed to be here for a week. Was it?
It's
Yeah,
not been
so
a
you-
week. We've
You
not been
got
here.
here. You got here at about 2 in the afternoon yesterday. It's now 5 in the morning. It's the next day.
But
So-
8 hours of that was resting.
Yeah, we'll be alright. Go on.
Yeah.
So
We're on the
you
outside.
start moving, going around the edge of where you believe the center to be. Whoever is leading, could you please make me a survival check? to
Shall I
see
go
how well
first?
you managed to avoid.
Yeah, I don't know who's leading.
middle.
So.
I'll lead. So, survival check. Oh god, right. 19?
Wow.
Nice. Yeah, you move effortlessly around the center corruption, avoiding that whole area without too much issue. Moving further and further around, you eventually now can see the airship in the distance, probably about another hour's walk away.
Okay.
Nearly there,
Uh,
Balasar.
This time I am actually going to help with the barrel this time.
Frank,
Okay.
no, you stay away. You can't claim the glory now. No, you go away. You go stand next to your best friend. Go.
I was offering for a change.
Okay.
All
For next time.
For next time, bitch.
I don't say bitch. I appreciate it, but get going.
Vienna,
Yeah.
you hear a voice in your head.
Oh no.
We know you took it.
Bitches.
Bring it to us, and all will be well.
Fuck you, bitch.
Vienna's just kind of like, yeah, I'm not listening to you. She's gonna carry on walking.
Oh, Discord, no.
Okay.
Fine.
So you ignore the sending spell and continue walking on.
Yep.
Okay. An hour later, you come up to the edge of the ship. It's now dawn is just peeking past the horizon, and you can see a single member of the crew up in the nest, and he sort of shouts down and goes, "We got movement! They're back!"
Is it Braun? Half orc?
It is Bron the half-orc.
Yes! Drawn help!
He sort of looks at you and goes, "Not paid for that," and just sort of climbs down the crow's nest and goes down below the deck as Daxel comes up, missing her jacket and her hat, looking a bit disheveled, basically looking like she's probably just gotten out of bed, and she just sort of goes, well, you're good? Got what you came for? Is that it? The barrel thing?
What?
Hey.
What? Bloody hell, I'm hearing you twice. What?
It's
It's-
heavy.
Well, okay, well, she nods to a crewmate and they lower a gangplank and she goes, "Come on, get it on board and we'll set off."
This is what me and Bal are doing.
Okay.
On our own.
I offered.
So you move it up onto the ship, and it gets stowed below, and Daxel sort of rouses her crew and goes, "So, are we in a rush, or do we have time for some
Yes.
breakfast?"
Let's get away from this place first, then we can eat.
All right.
This place is horrible.
Yes.
Come on, lads! Look lively. Let's go. And the men start moving around, doing their various tasks, and the crystals begin to glow, and the ship lifts up, up, up into the sky. Vienna, Blossom, and Talia. I'm probably guessing you've got the highest perceptions. Roll me perception checks.
I would guess someone's got a better perception than me.
I've got passive perception 14.
Well, you're the ones who are probably most likely looking back towards where you just came from,
21.
more than anything. Okay. Talia, you do see just as the ship took off, just on the horizon, those strange creatures that you had seen around the hag's tree had been charging towards where the ship just had been.
We got out at the right time, I think. Look at those things.
And they sort of mill around, looking up towards the ship, snorting and sort of stamping their feet and looking obviously a bit upset.
I think we made 3 pretty bad enemies today. Those hags sent their dogs after us. I think they're pretty pissed. No idea why, though.
Vienna's just sitting there smirking.
I think they're just
We-
disappointed they didn't get Dergus in a deal.
Yeah, well, the further we're away from them, the better.
Have me and Balasar put the thing back in the hold?
Yep,
or-
you have put that down in the hold now, and Daxel has turned the ship southwards, and it starts moving forwards. Within an hour, you are back over the ocean and away from Wytchmore Myer.
I'm gonna go straight to the toilet again.
And on that note, I'm in real life gonna go.
Val's just going to try and find a quiet place to sit, and he's going to pray and meditate and try and clear his mind of the fact that he's got to suffer every night now.
Yep. Okay. All right. Is there anything anyone else wants to do?
Yeah, I got a quick question.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a religion check or not, but what are the tenets or beliefs of Triferian? I know Val told me before, but
So, if Val's told you before, then you would know that the core beliefs of the religion of Triferian is effectively independence, vengeance, and self-defense.
right, okay.
And being against tyranny. Basically, Triferian is the god of basically the oppressed gaining the ability to defend themselves, to revenge themselves on oppressors, dealing with oppressors. A lot of the time, Triferian worshippers will obviously unseat a tyrant, but then they will then stay in an area and teach the commoners self-defense and how to govern themselves.
Alright, okay. Okay, I'll think about that while I'm throwing up everywhere.
Okay. Alright. As you all move away from Wytchmore Myer, you can't help but feel a sense of happiness that you are away from that nasty, horrible, corrupted place, but also a sense of unease in what you have left behind you.
Oh
And whether or
man,
not
he
it
was
will
so
come-
nice.
Whether or not it will come to
Bite us in the ass.
effectively, yeah.
No doubt gonna bite us in the ass because he's no doubt bit off more than he can
We
chew.
can always inform the capital of what's happening, and they can potentially send more people, more mages, stronger mages out to deal with him.
Maybe.
By this point, Daxel has locked the wheel in place, and she just sort of comes and sort of slumps down next to you and goes, "So, I can see you've all got a few more war wounds, but you all look to be in one piece. Successful expedition? Aye?
That was some pretty nasty things. I don't know about you, but I need a drink.
I had plenty to drink last night, but I think we might have a few barrels of grog left downstairs if you want some."
I was thinking something like this, and she pulls out that bottle of Raven Queen rum.
Oh, alright. Well,
Want to
if you
tip a
brought
little
your own,
bit?
I'm alright. I prefer my grog. And also I need a clear head at the
haven't tried
moment
it yet.
to keep us going.
Yeah,
I don't mind. I don't mind drinking when I'm docked or when it's the night and we're not sailing. But when I'm sailing, I like to keep a clear head.
Well, I'm just thinking more. Have a taste, and if you like it, I can tell you where you can get some more.
Miss, a taste always leads to more with me. So I think I'd rather refrain from the taste.
That's probably wise words. And she'll take a swig from the bottle, do the cap up, and put it away.
Okay. So, back to Maham. And after that,
Lovely.
I'm guessing that you'll be going back to meet the council and making plans.
Yes, but rest first.
Oh, well, obviously. But I hope you'll put in a good word for me and my crew.
Of course.
Good.
You've been an asset.
Could always do with a bit more business, bit more coin.
Val, after he's completed his meditation and kind of prayer session, he pulls out some paper and he starts jotting down notes, but then he starts scribbling out parts of the notes. Essentially, he's thought back to the letters from Rawin, and Rawin wants to know about the adventures of Armatae, and he's writing the stuff down so he doesn't forget it, but he's scratching out anything that was bad or anything that would make like concern. So it's only the good stuff that he's writing down to send back to her.
Okay, fair enough. Daxel just sort of sits with you all, making polite conversation as the ship continues on its course, as the sun raises higher and higher in the sky, and the warmth of the day begins to warm your bones, warm your bodies back up from the cold that you had slightly gotten used to whilst in the mire. Within a couple of hours, you can see the beginnings of land on the horizon to the front of the ship, and you know that you will probably be arriving back at Maham in a couple of hours, probably around midday-ish.
Yay!
Anything anyone wants to do?
Can
I go around the
can I see what my diary has to say about the events? I want to see the stats.
Okay. What particular bit are you wanting to look at?
Our conversations with the
Ishktar. There's obviously the whole conversation is written out verbatim, but in the margins there are a couple of little comments. One bit where he's talking about doing the ritual is, no shit, Sherlock, anyone can see that. And another bit where he's talking about his experiments on dead bodies, there is a doodle of a mad scientist stood next to a slab with a lightning rod laughing. as animated lightning is hitting the rod and going down into the body.
She kind of snickers and calls Vienna over to have a look.
Yeah, Vienna's kind of looking, smirking as well.
Isn't this diary cool?
Ah. Seems to have its own opinion of things.
I know, it's sassy, it's great.
As you turn to the current page where it's writing about this, there is a new side note that goes, I have the right opinion about things.
Look at it. She kind of closes the diary and puts it away.
Okay. I think it was either Val or Degris who wanted to do something as well.
I would like to sleep.
Well, you can take a 2-hour cat nap if you want.
Yeah,
well,
that's what I mean.
You could
I'll
attempt
just nap.
to. Yeah.
I'll just nap.
Just curls up in a ball going, ooh.
Ron
Goes
takes
away.
pity on you and moves the chamber pot from beneath your head and gets you a pillow, and just sort of pats your head and goes, "You'll get your skylegs eventually, dwarf boy."
Thanks, John.
Trying to decide if Vienna's actually got her air legs or not. She's still terrified, but I think she's kind of pretending.
Gotten
not
a bit
to be.
used to it now.
Yeah.
Okay. So, eventually you can see the city of Maham laid out beneath you as Daxel brings the skyship, the cloud skimmer, down to the Zeppelin fields and docks on one of the towers. She goes, well, I hope you all enjoyed your journey with us here on the cloud skimmer.
Yes, it was wonderful.
Again, bear in mind what I said once all this is over. If you're interested in a little bit of expedition work, give me a cut and I'll take you to some of the more interesting ruins I've seen.
Maybe we shall do that if we don't die in our next mission.
Well, I think you're a plucky sort. I think you'll all pull through.
I hope so.
But until then, I'll stick to the skies. You enjoy the water.
Enjoy is probably not on the agenda, but yes.
Well, good luck.
And you.
And she sees you all off the ship. A number of her men bringing the apparatus with them and sort of dumping it on the top of the tower for you guys to collect.
Right, well, let's, what do we do first? Like, do we hand in the apparatus? I mean, I want a drink.
Apparatus.
I think get rid of the
Get rid of
apparatus.
Yeah.
It's
Let's
at this
hand that
point
off
that
and then-
you see stood at the bottom of the tower is Rachna Vale.
Oh. That's
It-
alright
it-
now. Let's go see what he wants.
It's basically like they'd seen the cloud skimmer coming in, knew it had gone out with you, probably had told the people who run the Zeppelin yard to, tell someone when you guys get back.
Well, there we go. Let's go give it to him, and we'll. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, let's. And I'll walk over and pick up the bloody thing again.
Now,
Ah,
Sam,
Sam.
don't forget to help the little old man. He can't lift it without you.
Little old man!
So you go down the ramp, and Rachna meets you at the bottom and goes, I see you were successful.
Well, we're not dead, so yes, I guess.
Yeah,
Probably
let me
got
take
to have
that for
something
you.
bite
And
us in the ass later, but
he
yeah.
mutters and waves a hand, and the weight of the barrel lifts off of you, Derglis, and Balasar, and it just floats in the air.
Ha,
And he
see, why
brings it
couldn't you do
over
that,
to him.
Burgess?
He then sort of looks it over and goes, yes, similar to the one we have in the academy, but
Wait, you have
different.
one in the academy? And you made
Yes.
us go out there in that?
We told you that. We have one at the academy, but it's only a 2-person. This is a 10-person.
Well, we might need both.
We'll see.
Maybe not, but you never know.
He looks it over and goes, again, it's similar but not quite the same. Ishktar's made a few adjustments. We may have to call in a specialist to look it over.
Hmm.
We'll see. He then mutters a few more words, touches it, and it's gone.
Well, that's nifty.
I've sent that to the academy. We'll begin seeing what we can find out, and if we can't figure it out ourselves, we will call for an expert and get it functional, and then we will see whether any of you can pilot it, or whether we need to supply a pilot.
If I were you, I wouldn't call on Ishktar for help.
I haven't spoken to Ishktar in 20 years, maybe more.
Yeah.
Keep it that way.
I have a
Not
feeling.
wise.
I have a feeling the next time anybody sees
We see him,
Ishktar, he's
he
not
will
going to
be
be
an enemy.
Ishktar.
What do you mean?
Oh, no reason.
I
May as
mean,
well
if
just
you,
tell him. Like, I mean, come on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I basically
please,
explain the
yeah,
knowledge
yeah,
that
yeah.
we've got.
I see. That is worrying.
Yes, well, we would have stopped him, but priorities is a bit low on the priority list right now.
And he had a
Yes.
force field up that was far
Yeah, we
beyond
didn't
our
have any way to
capabilities, so
We'll get him later, maybe, hopefully,
Probably not.
if we
Well,
live.
Fortunately, even if he does achieve lichdom, I get the feeling Ishktar will probably stay where he is. For
That's
now,
the
anyway.
feeling I got.
It takes a while for lichdom to degrade the mind. So, I think we have time there.
He seemed optimistic that he would remain the same, so hopefully it takes a bit longer for him to go doolally.
It is not something I'm really willing to discuss. It is forbidden
Taboo.
knowledge for a reason, and I
Region.
for a reason. And so I would prefer not to discuss it near.
That's fair enough. We'll deal with
Right.
him when we have to.
Right,
But-
we'll be settled.
Let's go
in
to
a
the chicken
tavern
jester
somewhere.
and
Yeah.
Yes,
chill for
I
a bit.
go and relax, and I'm sure once we have something for you, I will tell Barash you were successful, and if he or I or any of the other council members need you, we will send for you.
Righto.
Very well. And he sort of mutters a few words and vanishes.
Why does everyone seem to be able to travel so quickly, but we have to walk everywhere?
There's pretty advanced magic to do that.
Well, I figured as much.
I mean, you
but,
say
know.
walk everywhere, and Val flaps his wings.
All right, show off. Come on, let's go get a drink.
Okay.
Oh.
So you head from the Zeppelin fields east back into the city through the Sapphire Dock Gate. Again, here in the Sapphire Docks, you can see the ballista, the barricades, and you can see a number of the guardsmen here are sporting wounds and injuries. It looks like there has been another incursion whilst you were away. And a couple of the barricades look like they have been broken and then repaired. And again, there's just no one out of their homes.
So it looked like there's a lockdown in effect?
It doesn't. There's no
Lockdown
lockdown in
Can't avoid
effect,
it.
but there is just. You can, as you walk past buildings, you can see people sort of peeking out of windows, and the few people who are in the streets are very moving quickly, purposefully, obviously just doing their business and then getting home. People feel safer in their own homes right now, rather than risk being on the streets when another attack occurs.
I get the feeling that the town's not going to be back the way it was until we deal with this mess.
I agree.
Well done, Einstein. I mean, who's
What was that, little man?
who's a smart person that we know of in the world?
Yeah, like
you would
Einstein.
probably know of Mordenkainen would be a good.
Okay. Well done, Mordenkainen.
Well, compliment, I guess.
Would she know about Mordenkainen?
Yeah, most people.
Okay.
Mordenkainen is well known in most planes of existence because he's travelled to most of them, and indeed there are a number of spells named after him.
Oh no.
I mean, I'm not the one who has a goblin that shits on him, so.
What?
No, pardon? What?
Right, guys, can we stop this feud now? Let's just go get a
feud?
drink.
What feud?
This isn't what food. This is like rivalry. Come on, man.
What do you mean rivalry? You're not a rival. You can't even cast a proper spell. I'm just gonna keep going.
All the way to the chicken jester.
I don't care.
I'm going to see Rock. Let's go.
I'm going
Alright,
to see my
You
bae.
travel back north out of the Sapphire Docks, back into the Gateway District, where here it's a little more lively than it is down near the ocean's edge. People here are feeling a bit more confident, seeing as there is a wall between them and the perceived threat. So they're not quite as concerned. There's still less people out than you're used to, but there's still people around. And you eventually make your way back to the much subdued Jigging Jester.
Charlie runs in first.
Okay. As you step in, there is no sign of Gunter currently in the main area, but you do see... Sorry, pardon me. You do see Rook currently stood behind the bar.
Rook, my man. Drinks for Armatae, please.
Drinks? Anything in particular?
Something strong for me. I don't know. Ask the rest what they
He
want.
reaches under the bar and pulls out a bottle of Tiefling Brew.
That's the stuff.
Okay. He nods and pours out a couple of... he gets out like a whiskey glass and he pours about 3 fingers worth of Tiefling Brew into that.
Nice.
But
Lovely.
everyone else?
I think
Is
I've
that-
never had that before. I think.
You should try it. It's an acquired taste, though.
Is everyone here? All of them on the plane?
I believe so. We all walked in, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I
Just check in.
remember.
Vienna kind of turns around to us. Before you get carried away with a drink, I need to confess something.
Hmm?
So I wanted to make sure I was away from the hags before telling any of you.
You did
Oh,
lean on the
well,
barrel,
then.
didn't you?
Yeah.
Ooh.
You did lean on it, didn't you? How do you feel it? How do
She
you feel
kind of she looks at him and smirks.
I
goes,
appreciate your honesty, but it's not needed. It's fine.
I have the crystal that the hags were after.
Oh.
Battle music.
well.
Sorry, no, I'm trying to get it onto a different one. There we go.
There. Great
There we go.
timing.
So
thanks,
that's
Abby.
why they sent the attack dogs. I thought we'd piss them off a little bit, but it was you. Great.
It was me.
What
Ah,
crystal
well.
is that?
If
Hmm?
it's something they wanted, then it's probably better off with us.
Balasar, it's the
does he
crystal
have-
they asked for last session. They wanted to trade it, and
Yeah, so the hags last session, as they tried to make deals with the party, and as the party were leaving, they asked for. They said Ishktar had stolen something from them, a crystal globe, and that they would like it back, and they would look favorably upon anyone who returned it.
Oh,
Well,
Excellent.
preferably I'd like to destroy it, but as long as we keep it away from them, I suppose that's just as good. Perhaps we should lock it in the vault.
My concern is the hags will look like they're willing to do anything to get it back. Now, I don't know if this means anything to you, but when I looked through it, my archfey spoke to me.
Right.
She referred to it as a focusing crystal.
Oh, that's probably not good.
Should I identify it?
That might be wise.
She pulls it out of her pocket and looks through it again.
Yep, it is still pitch black in color, and
Well, that's creepy.
you get the feeling it is still amplifying your connection to Mother Night.
While she's looking through it, she's going to talk to Mother Night and say, "Are the hags watching me through this?"
Not through it, but they know you have it.
So, whilst we're all being honest, is there anything else that you managed to acquire through a 5-finger discount?
Yeah.
There was actually this, and she pulled out the book as well.
Yeah. I did a
I
quick
mean,
look at it.
usually
These are-
that's my forte, Vienna, but I'm proud of you.
You must be rubbing off on me.
Is it worth? Well, I'll say what I already know about it from lore, but say I want to identify it to know exactly what it boosts or makes, either if it makes. I mean, well, you told me already it makes you wiser, didn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
I'll
so if-
let everyone know that.
Sounds like something you could use.
Well, not really.
I mean,
Well,
Ert
mean,
could
you
use
fell
it.
for a simple trap and got a goblin on your face. Maybe if you were wiser, you wouldn't do stupid things like that. After I warned you not to go there.
I mean,
Yeah,
Ert's
anyway.
magic is linked to her wisdom.
Exactly. I'd rather let someone else who get benefit from it than me walking into stuff.
I guess.
Anybody else that could do with a bit more wisdom?
I mean, I've got 10 wisdom, so I'm pretty stupid.
What's 10 wisdom mean?
I don't know.
A book that will make you wiser. Is there anyone who needs to be wiser?
It.
Mind you, I'm not that wise myself.
Well, beneficially,
Earth,
if-
I think, actually, yes, that's probably
if
it.
her magic is fueled by it, then it makes sense to give it to her. But these are very rare. Well, I'd imagine it costs a fair bit of coin.
What, you want money for it? You want the one who took it.
No, I didn't say that. I just said it's, you figure it out, use it, and then it's gone. It's dead.
It was actually Vienna that took it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was. What? I put it in the wrong journal. Whoops. Hang on.
Whoopsie!
And
But yes, I mean, the healer probably would benefit the most from it, right?
Vienna
Well,
handed it over to her.
Can I have a look at the orb anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
you take the 10 minutes to cast Identify, and once it leaves Vienna's person, it goes back to being a see-through orb.
Just clear.
And Vienna, you feel your connection. Once again, it's still there, but it's not as strong as it was when you were holding the orb.
Okay.
As you cast Identify on this Degris, it has no defined schools of magic, but effectively what it is a tool for... It's hard for you to define. It doesn't do magic the same way you do. This is not a wizard's tool.
Right.
This is a tool that the hag coven uses, and effectively what it does is it's an amplifier for them, specifically for their kind of magic, which is why when Vienna touches it, it amplifies her connection to Mother Night, as that is Fey magic, but it won't do anything else for her because her other magic is sort of innate but has been gifted from Mother Night, but once it's in Vienna, it's no longer considered Fae. It is Vienna's innate magic. But the link is still considered that intrinsic Fae property. So effectively what this is that whilst the hags use it, it will amplify any spell or ritual they use it in, making it, from what you can gather, it is a factor of 10 multiplication.
Right. Yeah.
So anything they put through this is 10 times more powerful.
Yeah, so it's an amplifier for Fae-based magic or creatures from that plane.
So would that not make Vienna more powerful as she gets power
No.
from a Fae?
Her power's innate from her, not.
Oh.
It's not. It's a bit of a technicality, but yeah.
Fiona kind of
That's a
looks at it, says, I'll keep hold of it until we can learn how to destroy it.
I think yes. Well, I don't know. Maybe we should have it in the vault. Or then does the vault have any way of stopping people from scrying on it?
There's
I
no
don't want to
shielding.
bring. I don't want to bring danger to the Jigging Jester again.
Yeah, takes it back and keeps it in her pocket. Says,
Let's keep our eyes out.
if it follows me into the depths of the water, if the hags really want to follow me in there, that's up to them.
With any luck, they'll drown.
Exactly.
I'm gonna go try this drink.
Oh, well, the tiefling brew.
Mhm.
Rook pours another glass of tiefling brew. This time it's only a small shot.
Hey, look.
Hello.
Charlie's gonna neck hers and then just stare at Dagus.
I'll shot it. See what happens.
Okay. Both of you roll me con saves, please.
Please don't
14.
bite me in the ass. Please don't bite me in the ass. Yes.
19.
Okay, yes.
Yep,
19.
you're both fine. You both, but it's spicy. It's warming, and it's got a slight, almost minty aftertaste to it.
That hits the spot.
Is it whiskey or a brandy or what is it?
It's a spirit. It's very much like
Oh.
absinthe.
Oh, okay.
It's wonderful.
Is it like elderflower cordial? No, nothing like that. Okay. Can I have another one?
But nods and pours you another shot.
I'll down it.
I'll
Okay,
take one too.
another- Yep. Gives you both another drink. Both of you con saves.
7.
This is just turned into
Seven.
a drinking competition.
4.
Oh, fuck, 4.
You both feel your cheeks start to heat up, and you feel a little bit wobbly.
Oh,
The room's spinning.
you got to be careful with this stuff.
Another.
Oh,
Look.
God.
You looks at you both, looks at the bottle as if he's considering, and then shrugs.
No,
and
Rook,
pours
I'm
you both
fine. I
another
know my
drink.
limits. I'm not drinking anymore.
Another.
You enjoy, Dargus.
Question: would
Paul, you
polymorph allow Dagus to turn into an Aarakocra?
No,
No.
He
no.
hasn't
It
seen
only
one.
works on beasts.
Okay.
Aarakocra is a sentient creature,
So
not
you
a
need
beast.
you need true polymorph.
Ah, okay.
Not normal.
And he has seen one. Rook's right in front of him.
Rook
No, he
is
is a Kenku.
Oh,
not an
Kenku! I was
Aarakocra.
thinking Aarakocra.
Otherwise, he'd be able to talk if he
If
was
I had
Aarakocra.
disguised self, then yeah.
Hmm.
Well, yeah.
That
I
wouldn't
mixed
give
up my
him
races there
benefit.
for a second.
Yeah, yeah.
No worries.
That wouldn't give him any benefits looking like Rook.
Well, I could think of a few, but
Other than
that's-
looking awesome, I mean, like you're not going to get any stat.
I'd be a mini
benefits.
rook. We talked about this before. Like if I wanted to look like a dragonborn,
Yeah.
I'd be smaller because I only got to a foot in either direction.
Are
But
you doing
Yeah.
this last shot of teeth?
Yeah, oh,
Yeah.
God,
Derek
Con
says I'm
save.
not. I'm not.
14.
Okay, that you feel about the same as you did before.
That's pretty good.
Told you it was good.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Good night.
It's like morning or whatever.
Yeah, by this point it's about midday.
Where's
Can
your
I-
boyfriend?
I don't know. I was going to go look for him actually.
Maybe he's got lost in another
Yeah.
woman. Alright, I'm gonna walk
Better not.
away quick.
Talia's like bristles a little bit and then goes upstairs to try and find Gunther.
You look around. Gunter is not in his room, and is not in any of the other rooms that you have access to.
He's gonna go back down and ask Rook where he is.
Rook opens his mouth, and you get the feeling he's like doing like answering machine, like he's repeating something that Gunter said to him. Look, I'm going out to buy some stuff. Look after the bar.
Did he say when he'd be back?
Rook shrugs.
Did he say where he went?
Rook shrugs.
Oh, Rook.
He and goes, when boss says something, you don't question it.
He's actually said that to you?
You that was in multiple different voices. You get the feeling he cobbled that together.
Oh, Rook, you are adorable.
Adorable. There's like 8 foot tall brick shit ass bird. Like
He is a big sweetie pie. You shut your mouth.
I'm
Rook is
upstairs
best
sleeping.
boy.
I'm sleeping.
Oh.
Rook,
Can,
Rook goes into the kitchen, comes back out with a plate of cooked sausages and puts them down in front of Balasar. And then pours some ales for everyone else and just brings out finger food, sort of sensing the general mood in the room.
Val pushes the ale to one side and just says, "Can I have a water, please, Rook?"
Rook just sort of narrows his eyes a little bit, but then gets a flagon of water and pours you a goblet and just pushes it towards you.
Thank you, Rook.
Thank you.
Oh, you son of a bitch. I'm waiting for one of you, motherfuckers. Hang on. 1 second.
Look, what's this finger food done for you?
Nothing. It was a spammer in chat.
Old Payless is waiting.
So you all eat and partake of drinks, and then the rest of the day is yours to do with as you please.
I think I'm gonna go looking for Gunther, but if anyone else wants to go first, they can go first.
Yep. Is there anything anyone wants to accomplish with their day?
I'm going to go check on Wilma
Okay.
and see if she's finished the whatever it was she was making for me.
Yes.
I'd imagine Ert would probably go with her at the sound of...
Oh yeah. As soon as she hears Wilma, is like, I go with.
Sure.
I'll take some food with me and go with them.
Okay. You grab it. You start pocketing sausages, and Rook just sort of shakes his head, goes out the back, and comes back with a basket and just hands it to you, and just goes, "Not in the pocket."
Balasar just nods with his mouth full.
Val's just going to go back to his room and do some more meditation and prayer.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm on the way to Wilma's.
Okay.
And I'm
So you
wandering around
go
looking for
out.
Gunther.
Okay. So you go out of the Jigging Jester, and I'm assuming, Talia, you stick with them for now.
Yeah, but I'm keeping an eye out for Loverboy.
Yeah. Okay. Roll me a investigation check for finding Gunter.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
come on.
You
12.
you don't see any particular sight of him in any of the shops you go past. Either he's in a different district or is in deep inside a shop somewhere. You're not sure.
Mm.
So it's up to you whether you stick with the group going to Wilma's or split off to continue searching.
I'll stick with the group for now, because he'll probably end up
Okay.
in the Chicken Jester if I don't spot him.
Okay.
Yep. Go to Wilma's. Go through the door. She's probably tinkering with something.
Yeah.
Okay. As you step inside, Wilma is not currently at the desk, but the little bell does go off, and you hear a thump from the back room.
Are you okay?
What? 1 second. 1 second. Oh no! You just say this muffled explosion. Oh.
You okay?
And the curtain pulls aside, and Wilma sort of steps out, coughing and sort of dusting some soot off of
Be
her
right back.
face.
Okay.
And she sort of looks up and sees her, blushes, and ducks back behind the curtain. I'll just be a second.
You need a hand, darling?
No, I'm alright. You hear like splashing of water and mumbling, and then she steps back out, clean and presentable once more. Welcome back. I trust the trip went well then.
Relatively speaking, yes.
I wouldn't say well, but we're
Well,
alive.
not dead. That's pretty well to me.
I was wondering how you were getting along with what I was asking for.
Yes. Well, I had a bit of a breakthrough with that. It may not be quite what you yeah. I'll show you and you'll see. And she quickly scurries out the back, and then comes back with a dark black cloak with a hood. And you can see that it is large enough that it will cover you effectively from shoulders to the tips of your toes, and the hood obviously will cover your face. And she goes,
Back.
Here, try this on, and hands it to you.
Welcome back.
She takes it and looks it over and goes, stylish too. And then puts it on.
Very
As the rest of you watch as Vienna puts it on, the sunlight seems to stop at the cloak. Even though there's an opening in the front, there is just shadow within. And when she puts the hood up, you can just make out the whites of her eyes, and that's it.
Ooh, that gives
I
you a
like
present, doesn't it?
She's smiling underneath it, going, I like this.
It's very mysterious.
So the cloak requires attunement. I've set it so that it does this at the moment, but it doesn't quite last until you attune. And effectively what I've done is I've managed to layer darkness sigils on the inside of the fabric, and it's a localized darkness spell, but I've made it so that it doesn't affect your vision. So it'll block out all the light, but obviously doesn't affect you.
That's pretty clever.
Very clever. And how much do I owe you for this trinket?
So for something like that, 500 gold.
Oh, not too bad.
She hands over the 500 gold.
She takes it and goes, thank you very much. Add that to your journal. So yeah, that is an attuned item, just because it's a minor effect, but because it is negating a racial trait, I'm sorry, but it has to be an attuned effect.
That's
So it
fine.
will
She's
take up-
quite happily wearing it hood up, hood down. She quite likes the style of it, so that's fine.
Pretty cool.
I shall add that.
I'm glad to see you're alright, Ert. I'm glad to see you're alright too, Wilma. Was very scary.
It
And
was.
they-
It was pretty scary.
Well, you'll have to tell me all about it when you've got time. I'm afraid I don't have any other new items in at the moment. It's only been a day or so since you were last here. I've mainly been working on your cloak, Miss Vienna.
I mean, we have some time. You could tell her if you want it, and she kind of nudges her forward a bit.
It's very odd on her because of her skin tone being this sort of bronze. The blush comes up like it almost turns her skin golden instead of bronze. It's a very odd sight and quite hard to catch, but you do catch it as she sort of blushes and sort of looks at her feet and goes, "Well, there was some nasty hags and weird spider people and lots of zombies and a necromancer who turned out to actually be quite nice."
Yeah, for now. He's nice for now, but yes.
Well, that sounds thrilling. Makes me glad I stay here and run my shop, but I'm glad you all enjoy your adventures and that you all come back safe all the time. So I hear you lot are being sent as some kind of scouting party against this the watery incursion.
Yes. We're hoping to stop it, if we can, and not die.
Well, I'd very much like it if you did stop it and you didn't die.
Well, that's the plan.
Kind of need my people I sponsor to spread the name, spread the
Of
store.
course.
And obviously, don't ever want anything to happen to you, Ert. But do you want me to look into maybe seeing if I can make anything water related for any of you?
Yes, that might be wise. We can
I
come
mean,
up later. Why don't you talk to Ert about it, and we'll go and see if we can find some potions. Come on, Vienna, let's go. Come on.
Vienna's just like casually swishing this cloak around.
And
Vienna,
Balasar is
drags
just
her out.
behind you both eating sausages.
Come on, guys, let's give them some alone time. Come on. And then she ushes them out the door.
Cool. Yeah, we follow.
Okay.
Does
You
Balasar
leave,
go? Because I can just see Balasar
yeah.
still in the shop, just eating
They're
sausage,
like,
just staring.
Yeah.
Don't mind me.
Pretend I'm not here.
Yeah, we've
Yeah,
just like
just so-
abandoned her in the shop.
Does Balasar leave as well?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've
Okay.
got nothing to do. I'm just walking around with the group, I
Okay.
guess.
All right. So, you leave Ert and Wilmer for some private conversation.
I got
So
you back, Ert.
Vienna, Balasar, and Talia. I'm assuming Talia, you're continuing your search for your
My
blue
boo. Yeah.
boy toy.
Yes, I am. Wait,
I-
what? He's younger than Talia?
Well, what age is Talia?
Hang on. She's like 30 something.
I'm pretty sure I made Gunter younger than that.
Oh my god.
Cool.
Talia's like, what fuck? Where would that even be? A description? How old? She's 32.
It's the same as what you do in real life.
Talia is 32.
Hang on, where's my NPCs? Oh god, I've lost them. I've lost them. Where did they go? No, wrong bit. That one. Where's Gunter?
I mean, she was reborn, so you could argue she's one, but yeah.
Hang on, I'm just checking what I put Gunter's age as.
You had his measurements when we did that measuring thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Gunter's 25.
Oh my god!
Damn. He's young.
I'm not saying I got a type, but jeez.
Isn't that our age difference?
No, we're seven. Wait, no. Is it
Yeah,
7 years?
that's our age difference.
That was completely unintentional. But yes, yeah, you're continuing the search for your blue boy toy.
Yep.
I will. I'm wondering if I've figured this out, and I'll help her look.
Okay. So,
Oh,
roll an investigation check with advantage then, Talia.
Okay. Yeah. I got found my boo. Wait, I had advantage, yeah?
You have advantage, yeah.
Okay, good, because that first roll was shit. There we go, 22.
There you go. It takes you about 10 minutes, but you eventually spot Gunter leaving a store that you remember is like a wholesaler for like meat and food. And he's sort of tucking a receipt into a pocket, and he's got a basket on his other arm, and he's just sort of whistling jauntily to himself as he walks through the street.
Rush over and offer to help carry.
Yeah, as you go over, he sees you and goes, "Talia! Ah, welcome home! You should have told me sooner for the mirror."
Well, I mean,
You
can't
notice he
put him
pulls
here.
it out of his waistcoat, and you get the feeling he's started carrying this around all the time.
I wasn't sure if you had it with you. Rook said you'd gone shopping.
Yeah, I had to restock the jester and place some orders.
Hmm.
The food in the jester doesn't grow on trees, Balasar.
I actually imagined him like looking straight past both Talia and me and at Balasar just eating a sausage.
He does tend to eat a lot.
Yes, well, since we installed the dumbwaiter, I seem to be going through a lot more food.
Maybe you should stop charging us rent.
Yeah, well, I already skimmed some off the top of the 500 that he sends you.
I knew you would.
My prerogative.
Need any help carrying stuff?
Oh, well, if you wouldn't mind. And he reaches into the basket and pulls out a wrapped package and hands it to you.
Right. Okay, I take it.
It has your name on it.
Oh, what's this?
Just a little welcome home present for whenever you got back.
Can I like take a sneaky peeky?
Is it?
You
Didn't
you
he just
tear
come
a
from the meat
corner and
store?
Look inside, and there is something leather inside there. Let's put it that way.
Derek really tucks it inside the jacket. You know me so well, darling.
Well, I try. Don't worry. There's that next time you come down the slide. And he goes, so, everything went well, yeah?
I mean, yes, we made like maybe 3 definite enemies, and maybe one that isn't an enemy right now, but give him a bit of time and he probably will be.
Oh, so, a normal day for you, yeah?
Pretty much, yes.
Well, things have been fairly quiet here. Not very many people coming to the tavern.
Yes, they seem a bit reluctant to leave their houses.
Well, you can't really blame them when we're getting attacked on a daily basis. It's a little bit scary.
Yes, I mean, the Myer was pretty scary. I mean, at one point I was terrified.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling.
It was awful.
Aw, he just pulls you into a hug. I'm sure the big, strong, bottomless pit Balasar looked after you all right.
Yeah, he was pretty scared too.
Balasar was terrified.
Held hands and cried. It's really fun. It is a bonding moment.
Oh, well, bonding is always
I just
good.
avoid looking at them.
Gunter escorts you back to the jester, and he starts putting away the few groceries he'd gotten, and puts the receipt in a book behind the bar to obviously tot up his totals later. And he goes, well, from what you've said, sounds like you've got a bit of time until the Arcane Academy either figures this thing out
Yes, pretty much.
or find someone to do it for them. So, party?
I think so. We haven't partied in a while.
Excellent. So, Rook, yeah, let's get cooking. Off you go. And Rook just sort of nods, rolls up his sleeves, and heads back into the kitchen. Anything anyone particularly would like, or shall I just make a bit of everything?
I mean, plenty of meat for Barisar. You know what he likes.
I'm still hungry.
I mean,
Let's go.
I'm not really going to eat anything, so as long as
Oh,
the tiefling
Talia,
brew
you
and
know
other
you can
drinks.
still taste.
I know.
Fiona kind of looks at Balasar and going, well, if the meat's going to disappear straight away, since I'm feeling a little homesick, I do tend to prefer mushrooms.
I think we have some mushrooms. I also did check around, and I managed to get some spider meat, if you're interested.
She's kind of looking, going, prefer the mushrooms, but sure, I'll take the spider.
Ah, very well. I'll make sure Rook gets that cooking.
Maybe some cake.
Of course. I will bake the best cake, especially for you.
Thank you.
Although it won't be the best cake because I won't pop out of it. But it'll still be pretty good.
Well, you can always pop out later.
Well, that's an invitation I won't turn down.
We're so terrible.
But
I
for
know,
now,
Vienna's kind of halfway between, oh, that's cute, and, ugh,
Oh, get a
God.
room.
please.
but for now, go upstairs and relax and do whatever you need to do, and I'll call you when the food is ready.
Wonderful.
And he swans off into the kitchen, and you hear him starting to order Rook around with where Rook is just you catch a glimpse. Rook is basically ignoring him and just doing whatever Rook wants to do. You get the feeling that though the jigging jester is Gunter's inn, the kitchen is very much Rook's domain.
Can I just say that in the period of time this has been going on, Val spent some time doing prayer and meditation and then decided he didn't want to do that in the room anymore, so he went to meditate in the onsen.
Okay.
Oh,
So-
we haven't tried out the onsen.
Well, Val's in it on his own at the moment.
Oh, Talia's
I'm
gonna run
assuming Dagnis
upstairs.
is passed out on his bed.
Yeah, I'm out of it. I'm snoozing.
I'm running up the stairs and I am fucking dive bombing into that onsen, buck ass naked.
Val's probably like, what?
Val, you just hear the tapping of feet before the sliding door opens, and just a red blur just crashes into the water, disturbing your meditation.
And he just takes a giant sigh and just like, yeah, just
Talia, as you're under the water, you get a pretty good glimpse.
She just swims up and waggles her eyebrows at Val.
Val proceeds to like take a few deep breaths and keep his eyes closed, trying to meditate.
Is anyone else going to the onsen? Or
Come on,
Just-
party in the
just
onsen,
those
people.
two.
Come on.
I think Vienna's just kind of taking the time to actually really explore the jester.
okay,
Taking it in, really.
all right, fair enough. Balasar,
Yes.
Eating.
okay.
Yes.
Eating in the
Food.
onsen. I mean,
She just
This is-
runs in there with a chicken leg in her mouth,
I
like,
mean,
ooh,
this is becoming like a 70s blue movie. A single woman in an onsen with two strange men. This is a bit worrying, but okay.
Hey, she knows they won't do anything.
But yes,
Uh-huh.
so in the onsen is warm, hot, relaxing. The steam wafts up, and there is just the regular knocking of a bamboo water timer, and it's
Deerscarer, I think they're called.
peaceful.
I'm just doing
Oh,
laps.
good.
I'm just swimming laps backwards and
Yeah.
forwards.
Vienna, you check out various people's rooms where they haven't locked them. You look around the
Nosy.
floor. Yeah, a floor below Armatae's two dedicated floors is sort of the guest bedrooms for people who pay to stay at the inn. There's the main floor with the raised area for Armatae, and the general seating area with the central fire pit and the bar. Then there's the stairs down that lead to like the cheap rooms, like really severe bunks in stone rooms, and then the locked trapdoor that leads down to the vault. But other than that, obviously, like I say, most people's rooms on the Armatae level are locked. You can inspect all the common areas: the forge, the training room, the meeting room, the onsen, and as you glance in, you probably decide that you're interested, but you probably don't want to go in there.
As she glances
Then
in,
again, you come from a matriarchal society, so you probably have very different nudity taboos to most of these people.
Yeah, probably.
So
Come
you're
on, Fiona, show us your stuff.
as she glances in, Val just turns to Talia and says, "Will you stop swimming? An onsen is where you're meant to relax and let the water be settled. You keep disturbing the water."
Fine. Only Fiona.
Vienna kind of looks, smiles, and goes, maybe a bit later, and then leaves.
Come on.
Nah, fuck a room that takes my interest somewhere else.
okay. probably the only other room that would really interest Vienna, like I say, would either be the training room or sort of the study workshop
She's
area.
actually going to go to the training room and pull out of her rucksack. She's actually got her old soldier gear. She's putting it on and she's actually attacking one of the dummies.
Okay.
So,
Yep. So you start doing some training and just going through your various drills and forms
yeah.
that you remember from your time serving in the Underdark.
Out of curiosity, where is the training room in relation to being below my room?
It would be diagonally right and down from your room, so not directly under it.
Is it enough where it can wake me?
Depends on how hard Vienna is hitting the
I
target.
don't know. We'll find out.
How hard do I want to be? I'm not going to do this on purpose. If you tell me to roll something, I'll roll it.
No, I'm not going to make you roll it because you
Well, you're training.
obviously the sound
Yeah.
from the jester doesn't reach up here, and Gunter is probably though he's very show-offy in some ways, he understands privacy and he's probably taken the steps necessary to make sure each person's room is relatively soundproof, both from inside and out. So, yeah, your sleep is not disturbed, Degris.
Wunderbar.
About 2 hours later, you all, well, for those of you who are in the onsen, I'm assuming you're not still in the onsen 2 hours later.
I was going to say.
Yeah, we get up and leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you
Towel.
each get a knock at each of your room's doors, and just a voice go, "Dinner time!"
Huh? What?
Tali's going to take a shortcut down the slide and then run down the stairs.
Okay. You slide into Gunter's room, and he's not in there, but you can see that there's a few things laid out for later, just in case.
It'd be funny if his door was locked.
Is that special?
Can't get out, just
Oh.
pick them up and get out. So.
But you
I have a feeling Gunther doesn't lock doors.
Yeah, Vienna would probably have still been in the training room, so she's going to come down in her old, soldier kit.
okay.
I think Talia's just in a casual polo shirt and her slacks, but she's taken off most of the rest of her armor.
Full armor. Full armor, not changed. Just got
And
up.
her shirt's low cut. Just saying.
Boom, 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 boom.
Okay. As you go downstairs, you see they've not set the Armatae table. They've just moved all the lower tables into one giant table, and it is completely full of food. It is groaning under the weight. You can see a suckling pig, what looks like half a roast ox, various sausages, cured meats, what looks like a couple of salmons prepared.
And that's just for Balasar.
There's a number of mushroom dishes prepared in different ways, sort of placed tastefully around the table so that wherever Vienna sits, there's one close to her. There is a giant triple-decker cake, iced in red, blue, and black. Each tier a different color of icing. And you see sat there with just a sort of slightly dreamy look in her eyes. Not actually eating anything or looking at any of the food. She's just sort of staring off into space.
If someone had a good conversation.
I'll
But,
take a seat.
Gunter
Sure.
is stood there and he's just like, "So, dig in, celebrate!" And he brings out a keg of good ale and pours everyone a tankard. And he goes, "To Armatae, and may we break this siege soon."
Indeed.
And
Yep.
on that note, I think I'm going to end the session early tonight.
Oh.
It's actually a good finishing point for a change.
It is.
Yes.
I've reached a natural finishing point. You guys actually didn't do most of the combat that could have drawn this session out.
Thank
So
God.
we're at a point where I think it's natural to stop, and we can continue next time. So,
Cool.
thank you for joining us, everyone. I hope you enjoyed. And once again, everyone, please continue to stay safe during these dark times. And I hope that our misadventure stories brings a little bit of light and joy to your life.
Indeed. Next session is the 26th of February.
Indeed. Bye for now, everyone.
Thank you for watching.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.